Morning, guys. Good morning. It's me, Spartan John, already here, hanging out. We're getting started right on time. Where are you guys at this morning? Let me see here. I'm trying to fix this. Trying to get me level. I just don't feel like it is. I can't seem to... It's so... There we go. Maybe... Is that level? Well, anyway, it's so damn weird. Yeah, I guess it's pretty read to me book papa. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, well, we're getting there. I'm just fiddling with things this morning. We had a pretty good baseball practice yesterday. Jack is sick still. He says he's going to be ready to play the game today. We'll see how he feels this afternoon. He is the one of the only pitchers that I left eligible for tonight to pitch. So, yeah. That's going to be a rough one. Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Everything seems to be pretty good today. Like I said, just a day. I slept in. Hey Fox, good morning. I forgot to add. I forgot to add the snack redeemable for you. I'll make sure I do that. Anyway, like I said, it's been a pretty crazy morning. I slept in. My wife said she had a dentist appointment this morning, so she got up with Oliver and took Oliver to school, and I didn't have to go this morning, so I slept in. And then I woke up and there was no coffee in the house, like not even a little bit, not even grounds to make like any. And I texted my wife and I was like, "Baby, I asked you last night before I came home from practice if we needed anything," and she was like, "Oh yeah, sorry, I'll pick some up when I'm out." So I had to go get in the car, drive over to drive into Key Center and get some coffee. So we have coffee in the awesome today, which is superb and important. And then let's see. Made the coffee.
Hello there.
Hey. Hey, Kevin. Baseball game tonight. Like I said, hopefully Jack feels better. Couldn't do anything else. Edmonton lost last night. 6-3 to Dallas, they lost. This is game one in their series, so they've got plenty of time, but man, did not look good. Mariners played great though. Mariners won their first game and are begin their series against won the last game against Chicago and will begin their first game against Houston this afternoon. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. Still doesn't look like I'm going to have an all-star team, so once this season of baseball ends here, we've got our last doubleheader on the 7th, and after we do that, then I'll be here. It'll be less time spent on baseball. More time back in things like yard work. And then, of course, the gardening. I'll be posting some new gardening photo updates here shortly. I was keeping an emergency instant coffee packet in the pantry. Boy, that's smart. No, I looked all over. There was none to be found. We're keeping on the lookout for a trailer. Looking for some sort of utility trailer, a smallish one that has metal sides on it with a metal frame, so we can mount my rooftop tent on it and turn it into a camping trailer. And then and when we need it, we can take the tent off and fill it full of garbage and take it to the dump. So, multi-purpose. Kind of looking for something like that. My wife and I have started looking for that the other day. Now that we've got the Bronco, we can tow something cool. Sit in my car, just picking up my bro from the long visit. Well, that's cool. Hope you guys have a really good... So the Oilers got greased. Oh, man. Wow. That's a sick burn. Thank you, Cap, for that. That's funny. I hope you guys have a great conversation, Kevin, about the trip. I hope there's a lot that you guys got to learn about, or that you got to see, or maybe he found you something cool and brought it back for you. That sounds really neat. I'm really excited for you two have had to have that sort of reunion there. It's gonna be cool. Let's see. I felt like there was something else I was going to talk about, but shit, I can't remember what it is right now. So let's start doing the thing. Let's put on her helmet and go get her. Well, it's just a hat, but about Stonehenge. But I ended up schooling him on the facts. That's funny. I mean, I think it's cool that he was telling you about Stonehenge at all, and he probably got to go see it, which is really cool. That'd be pretty awesome, I think, to be able to go and see something like that in person. And there's an American Stonehenge, I guess, that you can also go check out. But, yeah. Here we go. And now I've got my jacket. I'll turn the heart rate monitor on for you, because I'm a nice guy. There it goes. Have you seen one here in Washington? No. I did not know there was one in Washington. No, I did not. Have not, did not. Over here, camera. There we go. Drive by it all the time. That's pretty cool. I think that's really cool, actually. Oh yeah, before I get to start reading, I gotta do a whole bunch of things. Hey, 1,363 followers today. Thank you, every single one of you, for following and being part of the awesome. Literally cannot do this without you. You guys... Hey, morning, Nikki. You guys are the people that power this place. Like, I mean, I come and sit down here, and I'm like this face, and I'm like interacting with you, and we're having a good time, and all of those things. But the reality is, at the end of the day, you guys are the reason why I come back. Like, being able to hang out with you guys and have those authentic interactions is so important. And, man, I can't tell you how many people have come and given me something just by interacting with me in person. Those interactions are amazing. So you came back from World War I and built one. Stonehenge one. Wow, okay. I did not know that was a thing. That is really cool. Nah, Nikki, no, you gotta be humble. Have to be humble always. Think about the people who support you. That's you guys. Let's see. Oh yeah, don't forget I have friends. I know, right? I have friends. Everybody, shout out to Funforge Cosplay. Make sure that you think about him today. He is he's working. He's going through the shit. You know. We hope he comes back to be awesome with us again soon. Squeezing my oddball helps with my hands. Got it from HCS Worlds from Oakham. Oakham got it for me playing some sort of game or something. I didn't get a chance to play it because I was dressed up as myself, Spartan John, for in the pineapples for the whole thing. Sorry about the mess. Let's see. 15 minutes. I guess we should probably get reading soon, huh? Oh, also, OST. Check that. Oops. I gave you the friends twice. OST. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. It's what you listen to every time you're here to listen to me read. That's just what we have in the background. Installation 00 provides it to us. It's a huge deal. He gives us every opportunity to use all of these. He puts them up there for you guys to listen to. If you're sad, happy, you just want some ambiance in your party, you like Halo music, and you want it to sound great inside of your Taj Mahal of a house, that's what it's for. I feel like you guys got everything else, like the Discord and the socials, but here they are anyway. There's me, and there's the Discord. You can come and join it. Unfettered access to the awesome if you join. It's absolutely free. Just gotta have Discord. Just gotta get in there. Alright, well, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, no, that's not everything. 60 subs. Thank you everybody who subbed. And continue to sub. If you have a Twitch sub, if you have Amazon Prime and you're partnered with Twitch, you can use that to sub, and that's a free service. And why not gift it to somebody like us? Because look at the cool stuff that we built together. Again, can't do it without you. There you go. We're gonna turn the bot off so it's not chasing me around the planet. And I should get Ulu to narrate my book when I finish it. Oh my, yeah, you're doing I saw your thing. Congratulations on that. Great job on getting your book going better. That's really cool stuff. YouTube. I have no idea how many I'm on YouTube now. I'll have to check. Let me look. I'm looking, hold on. No. Just give me the... I am so terrible at this. This is why I don't do this. I feel like an old person. Would it be better if I, like, pulled my glasses down like this and then kind of... Literally cannot figure this out. I'm on my cell phone, clicking on my face on here, trying to find my... And it's like, no, I can't tell you the things that you want to know. I wish it would just tell me. 149. Found it. 149 subs on YouTube. There we go. We did the thing. Now we did the thing. Thank you, everyone, for being part of it. Again, can't do it without you. It's time to read the book now. We're gonna move on. Jesus. For everybody who's new here, this is the bookmark. Dun, 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 dun. Shh. Ever since somebody clipped that the other day, I can't stop. It's my favorite. All the little funny things. All right, we'll get this turned. Here we go. So we're reading the Thursday War. Welcome. We're gonna start now. And go. Chapter 14. He spends a lot of time in the Forerunner structures, but then I suspect he's more like a human than he wants to admit. In person, you tend to find God more easily because there's nothing else that can make sense of the fact that you've blown your one and only life on a stupid inability to just play by the rules. This is taken from Dr. Irina Magnuson, ONIRF Trevelyan, reporting on Jewel M. Dama's progress to Admiral Margaret Paragoski. ONIRF Trevelyan. The humans came into Trevelyan, and, presumably, the humans went out. Jewel sat in the long grass, trying to convince his eyes that the blue sky above him wasn't the foothills of infinite space, but a very high, wholly unnatural roof. They refused to believe him. There were times in recent weeks when he wondered if this was all part of some human game, and that this was actually an ordinary planet after all, not a sphere. But the Forerunners had left other feats of impossible engineering across this galaxy, such as the Ark, and he could see no logic in such a lie to lever something from him. It could just have been malice, of course. Humans enjoyed tormenting things. He'd seen enough of them in their colonies, and now on Trevelyan to know that. They were pointlessly cruel, as if violence had once been an essential part of their evolution, but had now become a reflex and casual thing that they didn't even notice or control. But whether this was an enclosed sphere or an open sky, he was as marooned here as ever. He still needed a way off of this planet. That required a vessel. The aerial monitoring devices patrolled high overhead, watching him, just as the devices that helped him communicate with Prone sent back his position. And there are birds up there, not just surveillance drones. I can see them. Hijacking a vessel was a possibility. So was stealing one. Getting off the surface would be harder, though, because the sphere would have a complex airlock system. He had a great deal of intelligence to gather, and it was the kind he would have to glean layer by layer, innocent and incidental. The Huragok would know all of these things because they were the engineering custodians, but co-opting them was a guaranteed way of exposing his plan. They answered when he asked. They answered anybody. But the more of the world that I see, the better I will be able to plan an escape. He lay back as far as the harness would allow and thought of home, to galvanize himself, to begin his daily search for what exactly? He would recognize it when he saw it. How was the rebellion progressing? Rhea would be looking for him. So would Force, and they would both be angry. When he finally got home, he would have a great deal of apologizing to do. It would be especially hard to treat his sons as if they weren't unique and special to him. He missed them. It was the second time in his life that he'd wondered if it was such a fine thing to let sons grow up not knowing who their fathers were. It wasn't fine for him. He simply accepted it as necessary to sustain a society based on merit and abilities. Something rustled in the grass nearby, and a shadow fell across him. It didn't startle him. If he didn't begin the day by seeking out Prone, Prone would have come to find him. "Come and walk," Prone said. "You told me you wanted to see more artifacts." Jewel got to his feet and stuck out his arm to indicate to the Huragok that he would follow him. So the Forerunners tell me how they thought. Know about someone is not the same as knowing them. I won't be able to give you the data you require. Jewel took a little time to pick his words and followed Prone through the ghost city that still waited for its inhabitants who would never now come. He had an unseen audience, probably. And what data do you think I require? You still want to know if they were gods? So do some of the others here. A theological debate could draw out all kinds of details. Jewel remembered extraordinary conversations with Telcam and the monks who followed him, how they performed the most torturous mental gymnastics to make black white and white black, how they could argue perfectly plausibly that a forbidden thing was also allowed. All examples of Forerunner technology were sacred relics, and the faithful weren't supposed to define them or defile them by using them. Yet, they managed to circumvent this by some elaborate argument that using holy items to defeat blasphemers was acceptable. At first, he thought they were trying to fool their gods, like some Kigyar contract notary twisting every word and vowel in an agreement. But soon he realized they were simply trying to fool themselves. This was the only way they could live in a world that they had created. This was how they squared what they wanted to believe, needed to believe, with the facts of life. Every moment of it contradicted their faith and threw it, impossibly, and even its unpleasant pettiness back into their faces. They bent the world into a less confusing shape. I refuse to believe that gods want to make mortals unhappy and torment them. That's what humans do, and humans are definitely not divine. I want to believe in the gods, Jewel said, and he meant it. But the gods I was taught to revere didn't seem to like mortals. They seemed to want the prohibition of the most simple acts. If you created the world, all that magnificence, why would you care who walked where, or who pronounced certain words, or who touched stones and metals? Prone didn't say anything for a very long time. Jewel was happy to walk in silence because the conversation had genuinely started him thinking about the stranglehold that the Sanshayum had placed on the Sangheili with their version of religions. The Forerunners were no myth. They had existed and left a great deal of evidence. But they feared things that gods needn't have worried about. They feared the flood, or else they would have never built all of this. The buildings were precise and beautiful, the straight lines true, and the roads level. But this wasn't a temple. It was a place for people to live, practical and of this world. The warmth of the sun bounced off the perfect white and silver gray walls and soothed him. It was like solid masonry of his home keep, a place meant to be lived in. They were concerned about dangers, Prone said. I can see that. There was more to fear than the flood. They had to leave warnings so that mistakes weren't repeated. Now things were getting interesting. Jewel had to probe carefully. They'd reached a crossroads, a small square with a fountain in the middle. There was no water, but a central column rose from a low basin twice as wide as he was tall, and he could only interpret that as a fountain. He stopped and sat down on the edge. Did they believe in gods? If Magnuson was monitoring this, then she would think he was simply groping for his inexplicable faith again. Is any of this religious in nature? No, that was the wrong question. It assumed too much about Prone's opinion, if he had one. Do you believe the Forerunners were gods? They created us. Yes, no. Gods are defined as eternal, therefore gods can't die. Forerunners could exist for very long periods, but they died, therefore they were not gods. Jewel knew he could rely on engineers for logic. So did they believe in gods? They knew there were those who came long before them. It was an answer, but it was interesting. He thought of the disappointing revelation that Prone had given him, that the Forerunners were more like humans than Sankhili. Did the Forerunners have castes like us? Were they warriors, priests, Kaidons? They had warriors. They had several castes. Jewel would have happily spent the rest of his day coaxing answers out of Prone. He needed these answers. But what fascinated him was something irrelevant that pricked at his pride and his very identity. The idea that these near godlike beings were like humans, vermin who knew nothing of the Forerunners until the war, not like the Sanghili who'd revered them and preserved their works. That seemed wrong and deeply unfair. Stupid focus on getting out, not on what's fair. Perhaps we have shared cultures. Perhaps we were given the gifts instead. Did they have names? Yes, and some had titles. Librarian, logician, didact, master builder, esthetist, esthetist, esthetist. Best I can do. That didn't sound very Sanghili. Jewel decided to retreat a little and think in terms of where docking facilities would be. They had to be nearby. He hadn't seen ships landing, and the transports were small vehicles, so materials and personnel were probably brought over a relatively short distance. Prone would know. "Where are you going?" Prone asked. Jewel had no plan. "I thought you were going to show me something interesting." "What's inside these buildings? More empty rooms and corridors?" "Yes." "Show me something that'll help me know the Forerunners better. Like the temples on Sanghelios." "They didn't build temples. There are no temples here." "Yes, I know that. I meant things I can learn from. Carvings, writing, the holy symbols. It's a long way. I have nothing more pressing to do." Huragok were nothing if not literal. It really was a very long way. Prone led him along a riverbank for an hour, 2 hours, then 5. Jewel could tell by the position of the sun and his understanding of how the humans divided their day. He could see a slim, charcoal gray spire protruding from the ground and nothing else. It had to be a monument. Jewel started reasoning that such a small structure couldn't contain much else, but he was dealing with Forerunners, and they could bend entire dimensions. As he approached, he could see symbols carved into the surfaces of the stone. There were few of them, and they were large. A name, perhaps, a place, but probably not a great deal of information. Prone circled the spire. "There are many like this." "What are they?" "Ingatherings." "What does that mean?" "The places where the dispersed would assemble." Humans had those inside their complex, muster stations, they called them. If there was a fire or other emergencies, they were supposed to report to them, to be counted. Jewel tried to imagine the mighty Forerunners doing something so mundane. But they'd built a shelter the size of the solar system, so it wasn't inconceivable. Their sheer ordinariness was beginning to trouble him. He scuffed his boots around the base of the spire, trying to work out how they'd constructed it, and how deep the foundations went into the world, where the surface was a shell. Then he felt something brush his face like an insect or a cobweb. He put his hand up to bat it away, and that's when the lights went out. They didn't go out for long, though. He wasn't on the surface any longer. He was standing in a stone-lined chamber with passages leading off on all 4 sides, evenly lit, and each wall bore rows of engraved symbols. It was too quiet for him to know if the chamber was insulated from the exterior noises or not, but he could not hear anything. "Prone," he said. "Prone, where are you?" he shouted, in case the communications device had failed, although he doubted Huragok's handiwork was that unreliable. "Prone," but there was no answer. He pressed the small device, but there was still no response. He had no idea where he was now, no idea of how he had arrived here, and he wasn't sure if this was a disaster or a way out. Only thing was clear, he couldn't stand here indefinitely. All the passages looked much the same, so he made note of some of the most notable different symbols on each wall by scratching them into his belt with his nails. At least he'd be able to tell which passage he'd already walked down if he retraced his steps to here. "Prone, can you hear me?" He walked down the passage to his left. The walls were mostly plain, precisely made blocks with velvet, smooth surfaces, but some bore rows of symbols or even rectangular panels with a few symbols within their margins. They looked very like the carvings on the ruins around Domna. Eventually, he came to a dead end and stared at the wall for what felt like a long time, mesmerized by the symbols, what they might mean, why they were put down here, what were they supposed to do, why hide them down here. He was guessing the intent of ancient aliens whose technology was still far behind any modern society could create. He was doomed to fail. Now he could hear a slapping sound that he recognized. Prone was rushing down the passage. He'd found an entrance then. Now he could explain to Jewel how he'd ended up down here. Jewel half turned and reached out to touch one of the panels, more to feel how precise the edges of the inscribed symbols were. And then his comms device came alive. Don't touch the panel." Jewel's fingers brushed it, just as Prone gave the warning. The next thing Jewel knew, Prone had cannoned into him and wrapped his tentacles tightly around his arm. Prone pulled Jewel backward so violently that he felt the tendons rip. He landed flat on his back, winded, and his head cracked against the stone floor. For a moment, he laid there stunned. It was just the force of the impact. It was the shock of being flung across a room by a Huragok. His reflex was to leap to his feet and strike down whoever struck him. But he was too shocked. It was like being struck in the face by a female. These things didn't happen. They just did not happen. Prone was like a Huragok. Was like all Huragok. Utterly passive, focused on the point of fixation on technology and repairing it. Some would become very agitated if foreign artifacts were damaged. And he'd heard of some Huragok defending their brothers against physical threats. But they didn't start fights. Jewel turned his head to make sure that Prone wasn't going berserk with some form of technology that nobody had imagined. He could see the Huragok huddling by the wall. For a moment, he thought Prone was cowering from him, expecting a punishment. But then he realized he was actually shielding that wall. The wall that Jewel had been told not to touch. The creature's bioluminescence was now vivid, brighter than normal, a sign that he was afraid or stressed. Jewel had no idea Huragok were so strong. But then, they had to handle machinery, and nobody ever asked them if they needed a hand. And it never occurred to him to wonder how strong they had to be to do that. Even though it was staring him in the face, very strong indeed. Because their bodies were sacks of gas and they floated, it was easy to think of them as delicate and fragile. Forerunners were masters of their design, able to defy time and space, and more than capable of combining delicacy and immense strength into one structure. And a servant that powerful could only be controlled if they were designed to follow instructions closely and without arguments. One of those must have been to use extreme force only in the most serious situations. Even more serious than saving their own lives. Jewel had simply never asked the question before, and never seen what was right before his eyes. "Are you damaged?" Prone asked. "I didn't intend to harm you. More harm would have been done if I had let you touch this." "What did I do?" Jewel asked. "I warned you not to touch the panel. The portals don't work as designed. There are none of us at the terminals to maintain them." "You said they didn't work?" "I said they no longer work properly. I said that none could come here. So they go somewhere, but not where they were intended to go, which is very dangerous. I'm sorry. This is an incredible change in Jewel's fortunes, and in this structure. He was effectively shielded from Prone's device, as well as out of sight from the surveillance drones. Magnuson could not find them here. Even so, he needed to pursue this line of questioning very carefully. "Prone, I didn't mean to upset you, but They'd only go to other Forerunner structures, surely. Some intended destinations we know. Some we were never allowed to know. Only that they were for those who had supplementary information. Anywhere else was better than here, unless a portal took him into the heart of another artifact star. Of course, Jewel got to his feet with slow care, making no attempt to move towards the wall. And you're not allowed to tell anyone what you know. No, you mustn't tell others. I shouldn't have lost you and let you near this. I don't want to get hurt, and I won't tell Magnuson. Good. Jewel folded his arms to make it clear that he wasn't going to touch anything. He followed prone to the surface, but still wasn't sure how he ended up back into the sunlight. Something brushed his face again, and he was instantly outside. He would memorize this place. This was his way home, somehow. And he hadn't had to search for years to find it. If it was dangerous, then he'd face that risk. Prone stepped and peered at Jewel's belt, head bobbing up and down. His tentacles sneaked out and touched one of the symbols Jewel's etched into the belt. Why did you inscribe that? In case I needed to find my way back. Why? Do you know what it means? Jewel was intrigued, but tried not to look too interested. He had to assume he was back under surveillance now. No. That's something you must avoid, Prone said, turning around again. Never touch it. Why? The didact, Prone said. Hidden even from us. Hidden when the librarian made her sacrifice. Prone said nothing more during the long walk back. If he was seeking to quash Jewel's curiosity, he'd gone about it entirely the wrong way. UNSC Infinity, sang Helios. Bandits at 12 o'clock. Wing Co, BB said. Break, break, break. Hood ambushed Osmond as soon as she got out of the bridge. Deck elevator. She carried on walking down the passage, but there was no way past him. He was a big man, and he could block a lot of passageways. Her heart rate hiked for a few seconds. BB felt it via her earpiece. Haven't you got a dark blue version of that? She murmured. No, but the phrase, if I cannot sink her, I will ram her, springs to mind. It was hard to blame Hood, really. He was only doing his job, which was keeping one eye on Sangheili and one eye on Oni. And, well, that was the problem with humans. They were one eye short, at the very least. Hood needed to keep another eye that he didn't have on the colonies, too. Captain, Hood said, all charm. Margaret's being very coy. Successful hunt? You won't be getting any more trouble from the Kigyar, sir. Her heart rate didn't so much as blip this time. Not with our munitions, anyway. Pious Inquisitor is another matter. Let me be specific. Did you find and destroy that unidentified ship? If she wanted to end the conversation, she would actually brush past Hood. To credit, she stood her ground and still managed not to actually lie. Merely put him in a position where he'd have to call her a liar. Sir, I'd need to check up on the law regarding opening fire on private vessels crewed by a former enemy, which we have no official peace treaty. You missed your vocation, Captain. Have we got a treaty with the Kigyar? No. Best not trouble the judge advocate with that throny issue, then, sir. Hood's smile set solid. We're going to have a lovely time when Margaret retires. Very kind of you to say, sir. She turned the smile and carried on to the bridge. Thanks to Port Stanley's detour, this wasn't going to be a hot wash-up. This wasn't going to be a hot wash-up. It had already cooled to lukewarm. Everyone had had the chance to get their story straight so that events would be tidied up rather than uncovered and learned from, which BB decided was just as well. He felt relaxed enough to manifest himself adrift along behind Osmond instead of lurking in the systems and whispering in her ears. She really did need to start letting people know she'd been in the Spartan program, just so they fully understood who they were dealing with. What a lovely piece of theater it would have been to have her pull his chip out of her neural implant in a meeting She already had all the cerebral connections in place, and it was just a matter of talking her into having her Hurgock create a special external interface for letting him download into it. But I better make sure that if I'm fit enough to wander around in her brain first, what has she done with the radio? It was still in her pocket. He'd kicked the dilemma around for ages now, ages even by human standards. But if he wanted the data from the temple on Antom, he'd have to interface with this fragment at some point. And Phillips kept saying how important it was. The professor had a lot of images on his datapad, but nowhere near as much material as the fragment had recorded. Every detail counted. Halos. He's sure it was locations and operational status of the remaining halos. If Mal and the others are willing to take a bullet for Earth, I should be too, virtually speaking. Parangoski was talking to Phillips when Osmond walked onto the bridge. He was getting his pat on the head for being a clever boy, and he was giving her a heavy, censored briefing. These were all the little things that made humans human. They had the technology to dispense with conversations, finding things out the labor-intensive way, or even lifting fingers to do anything. The likes of BB could do all of that for them now. They didn't need to talk to one another or eat actual food, but that was just existing, not being alive. BB understood all of this in a way that he'd never realized he would. Phillips stopped talking and looked expectantly at Osmond. "We're just discussing whether to visit the Arbiter or let the Arbiter visit Infinity," he said. "Or just waving from a distance and asking him if everything's okay, because we've got to get going. It's a Sangheili psychology thing." "He's won this round," Osmond said, "and the other keeps have decided to keep their powder dry. But how do we exit this?" "Well, he's seen some of the hardware we can now deploy, so it's a choice between looking supportive and not hanging around to provoke Sangheili, who already think he's a human-loving traitor," Parangoski said. "Evan thinks looking submissive by offering the Arbiter the choice would achieve more than being assertive this time." Osmond shrugged. This was a sideshow for Oni, and they all knew it. But for Hood, it was serious. It was a serious diplomatic hassle. "Are you seriously going to let him on board, ma'am? This place is the size of a city. Why not? We can confine him to the atrium. He doesn't get to see the Hurgock. He doesn't get to see anything sensitive or conspicuously unfinished. He doesn't run into anyone he shouldn't. And he gets a lovely view of space, much as I'd love to mooch around down on the surface. Evan thinks that would tip a few keeps over the xenophobic edge anyway. It's Terrence's call." BB occupied himself while the grown-ups had their discussion. He took a tactful stroll around Ains' databases. Clean as a whistle, no incriminating evidence or problems here. And tried to resist taking another look at Catherine Halsey. Hiding people from most of the crew was something you could only do on a very big vessel, and the engineering section seemed to be a very effective oubliette. BB sneaked into the engineering mainframe and watched Halsey from her own terminal for a while, trying to feel pity now that she'd had plenty of time in solitary to dwell on the death of her daughter. He didn't manage it. She looked tired and resigned, so he doubted that she only lived for the thrill of discovery. There was probably nothing worse for a human than having no shoulder to cry on, and Halsey had savaged or frozen all of those offered to her through her lives. BB wondered how Osmond would react if he told her how often Halsey cried herself to sleep, but just telling her that would probably erode a little trust between them. "I'm a spy. I spy on people. I don't spy on my own team, though. I keep an eye out for them. And I don't intrude unless they're in trouble. I hope Osmond understands that." Parangoski dragged him into a conversation. "So how are you doing today, BB?" "I'll tell you when I've reintegrated, ma'am. If you need some technical support, you know who would probably be fascinated to help. Halsey was the expert in third-generation smart AIs, even if she'd never worked on a fourth-generation one like him. He didn't doubt her technical genius, but asking her for help wasn't without its downside. He had a conscience, and he also had a healthy fear of handing over his brain to a sociopath with a record of terminating AI. Call it what it is. It's murder. I think I'll try it myself first, he said. Cold showers, long runs, inspiring literature, that kind of thing. Parangoski winked. Talk to her, if Saren's okay with that. Phillips had never spoken to Halsey. He had that curious look on his face, that go on, please invite me look, but Osmond swept right over it. Go see her if you need to, BB. You know, she wiped part of Cortana's memory, don't you? If I come back a complete vegetable, you'll know who to blame. Sometimes BB wanted to flounce out, but he couldn't. He couldn't leave when he was already everywhere, and he needed to create a gap in his memory to ignore anything his sensors were aware of. That was the whole problem in a nutshell. Gaps. They hurt. Memory was his body. He couldn't just lose chunks of it without consequences, without those millions of connections knowing something was missing, like an amputee's phantom limb. Sometimes he had to partition data so that he had to actively seek it out, memories rather than live with them lurking in the background. But that was messy. The only way he'd copied or coped with knowing about Osmond's family history was to firewall that data so that it wasn't on his mind every time he talked to her. Osmond took the radio out of her pocket. What do I do with this? Give it to Phillips because he's got hands. Then he can accompany me to the secure terminals. There, he'd done it. He couldn't back out now. Osmond gave him a sad little smile and handed the radio to Phillips, who set off on the long trip to engineering. Neither of them said a word until they were in the elevator. It'll be all right, BB. Phillips pressed the radio's case. You know what the awful thing is? That I could switch off this BB and he couldn't mind. I actually forgot he was still here. He doesn't interrupt, he doesn't join in. I told him he'd remember who and what he was, though, because he's still you. You're really quite sentimental, aren't you? Phillips looked hurt for a moment. Yeah, I think I am. A Marine was on sentry duty at the ladder to the engineering section. It was probably to make sure Halsey didn't get out rather than to stop anyone from getting in. She was three compartments along on the main passage, her back to the door and her head bent over a desk. Dr. Halsey, BB said, have you got 5 minutes? She turned around and gave Phillips a long, appraising stare, then glanced at BB's avatar. She had one of those half smiles that had nothing to do with humor. You said that without moving your lips. Yes, I'm just here to help, Dr. Phillips said. That's BB. I'm Professor Evan Phillips. I didn't get to meet you on board Port Stanley. I'm the Oni Sangheli analyst, but at the moment I'm BB's bagman. BB noted that he didn't mention the university at all. Now that was a sure barometer of his sense of identity. Halsey looked over BB, not softening one bit. I didn't meet you either, did I? She said, BB. Black box, Dr. Halsey. So which ship or Spartan are you assigned to? I work for Captain Osmond. Oh, is she here? Yes. Halsey didn't quite flinch, but her pupils dilated a fraction. Well, I don't suppose I deserve a box of chocolates. How about Naomi? She's in Port Stanley, playing cards with the ODSTs. He listened in via the alarm system in the Corvette's wardroom. She's not winning, but then maybe she's not trying. So, what can I do for you then? I may have to reintegrate a damaged fragment. It was security purged as well. So if there's some way to avoid creating time baseline discontinuity. I know you wiped a chunk of Cortana and she didn't realize it. So how about telling me what you didn't record about the algorithm? Halsey crossed her legs and sat, cupping her elbow. Eyes narrowed. I'd love to know who built you. It's quite an impressive decryption. I'm designed to be completely fabulous. So is there a way around it? If you hacked my files, then you'd know I didn't find one. Although I can obviously fool an AI into not knowing data's been deleted. She looked up at Phillips. Do you know what this is about? The time baseline's a little like the system clock on a dumb computer. It's the AI's sense of reality, for want of a better word. If there's a gap, it's like staring at yourself in a mirror and not seeing part of your face. Or that name on the tip of your tongue that you can never recall when you thought, even though you know your life depends on it. Or even a missing limb. I think he gets it, Dr. Beebe said. Never mind. I knew it was a long shot asking you to fix a 4th gen. See, I can be a bitch too, dear. You've been out in the field a long time. I'll work it out for myself. 4th generation? Yes, an AI built by AIs. That made her blink. I've been kept out of quite a few loops, haven't I? God, yes. Beebe twirled around to face the door. Thanks anyway. Phillips was very good at taking cues as well as carrying things. He followed Beebe down the passage into one of the server compartments, still clutching the radio like it was an anesthetized scorpion that was about to wake up any second. Is that true, he asked, that you were made by another AI? Not really. Look, plug the radio into that dock, will you? Thanks. No, I just lobbed that in to see if she'd bite. She's upset that they kept Infinity from her, and the Spartan 3s, and the Spartan 4s, and even the monthly menu plans. She's rather like an AI, you see. She has to know things, or she'll burst. If she knew anything that could fix the time baseline, she'd have bargained with me. You think she's got a personality disorder? No, she's just a nasty bitch. An unpleasant, personally isn't a medical condition. Just a symptom of not being slapped around the head enough. Well, thank you, Dr. Freud. We'll be in touch. Phillips forced a smile and pressed the radio down on the dock with a soft click. Now Beebe could see himself, a glimpse in a mirror that was his precise reflection, but not the three-dimensional reality of him. The next process was to step into the image like a coat. It usually took a fraction of a second. This time he'd have to take each segment in stages. He'd check it out, integrate it, and see how suffocatingly empty it felt. She might still come across, Phillips said. Give her some time. She doesn't know the answer. We could be running out of time on the Halos, and we really need to crack on with Venezia. Beebe would deal with it. If Cortana had coped, then so could he. She can ram it, as Mal would say. I'll fix it myself, thanks. That line she came out with about the gaps, was that accurate? For an AI, not acquiring data and making sense of it is like suffocating. It hurts, and you eventually die. Phillips held up his hands. I'm sorry, I'll shut up now. Is there anything I need to do? No, it'll be over before you know it. Beebe's life was lived at a speed that humans could calculate but never experience. Before Phillips had even lowered his hands, Beebe would work through every segment of the damaged fragment, explore its data and processes, try to recover the deletions, and align both timeline baselines. Then he would see the gaps, the bottomless shafts, and the paths that led to doors that opened into nowhere. He would try to knit reality back together, assembling all of the inputs and his fragments and experiences at precisely the time that they'd happened, and match them to the processes and the fragments that had been running at the time. And he would know what he could never repair and have to live with it. Once he tested it and found the voids, it was ready, and it was already too late. Awareness of them made them part of him, and he could try to firewall the worst ones, but he could never remove them or refill them. He could never unknow anything that he had learned. And now he was communicating with that damaged reflection. He blurred. His intact self had no procedure over the other. They were simultaneously both with him, warts and all. Is this what I am, an intelligent AI? Is this what was purged? Phillips told me all this. God, how could I function without knowing all of this? I didn't know who I was. I don't remember Phillips. But I do. Is this version of me actually real? Did I do all of those things? I can fly that ship. I can fly this ship. And I was prepared to kill Phillips. BB swallowed. The unknowns and the knowns and all of that shattered, shapeless debris that would never fit into him again. As Phillips dropped his arms to his sides. You okay, BB? Phillips asked. Is it done? BB felt that the world had shifted along an infinite fault line. He composed himself as the best he could. Well, I certainly recorded an awful lot of material in Aw Tom, didn't I? You okay? You okay, though, aren't you? No, I'm not. BB had talked to Vaz about the time he'd been wounded and almost choked to death on his own blood. Vaz had described drifting in and out of consciousness, recalling things that had happened, but not things that did, and feeling he wasn't the same person when he finally recovered. That must have been a lot like the way BB felt now. Vaz had bounced back. Humans could accept their fallible brains. But I am a brain. That's the fallibility that's waiting for me. That'll finally kill me. That's where it'll all end. That's the taste of rampancy. There was a taste of something else, though. Along with the chaos, his fragment reminded him of something Phillips had said to him in the temple in the tunnels. Because I'm your friend. It was oddly comforting. He resolved to do progressive clean reinstalls of his matrix if he suddenly got an urge to acquire a face. I'll live, BB said. A friend, well, I'll be damned. Now let's see if we can make some sense of those encryptions. UNSC Port Stanley, the next day. Vaz was halfway across Foxtrot deck, working out if he could catch the hockey finals on Waypoint, and wondering what had happened to the exercise machines when he suddenly found himself standing on absolutely nothing at all. It was the blue glow from 2 deuterium drive vents that did it. 1 second he was lost in thought, and the next he was scrambling for safety. The glow was outside the hull. He shouldn't have been able to see it. A chunk of Stanley's hull was gone. But I'm still breathing. He squatted on the edge of the void, staring down at the vast, light-speckled hull of infinity, as she tilted away from him at a slight angle. His brainstem had done its primal reflex job and warned him he was about to fall down a hole. But his forebrain told him not to be such a dick because it was obviously a transparent hull that Stanley had never had before. His heart was still pounding. Edge, can you hear me? What the hell have you done? Massively heavy boots clunked behind him. Naomi stepped out onto the transparent surface in full armor, as if she was making the point that if it could take more than 400 kilos of kitted out Spartan, it could cope with a 90 kilo ODST. Clever, isn't it? She said. Transparent metal. Leaks made some adjustments at the molecular level. There you go. Why? Why not? A warning would have been nice. Infinity's got a big transparent dome on her atrium, so we've got one here too. Who asked for this, or is it Huragok's makeover week? Prototype time, Vasya. Procurement and Oni have a stack of new stuff they want tested, so Osmond said yes. I bet she didn't ask for a glass deck. No, that was BB. Naomi clonked around on the deck and gazed down at infinity for a while. Vaz forced himself past his humiliation and edged out onto the glass, but it was oddly disturbing. He really had to grit his teeth to do it, and Naomi noticed. You're a hell jumper, she said. You jump into space from orbit. You had to do high-altitude conventional freefall just to qualify. Why is this different? It just is. It was easier if he kept looking up and ignored his peripheral vision. No, he had to confront this head-on. He forced his eyes down. Eventually, the sheer scale of infinity became even more riveting than standing on nothing. I think Hood's overcompensating for something. He even got a dock big enough to take her. No. You think she's intimidated the elites enough now? Probably. Okay, he thought. He thought Naomi had come down here to talk because this deck wasn't on anyone's beaten track. But he still didn't always read or write. I'm going to see how Phillips is getting on with that translation. He's been up all night with BB. Vaz went to walk off, feeling a bit better about himself now that he could move around on a deck without clutching for support. He got to the ladder before Naomi spoke. If my dad knew I was okay, she said, do you think it would change what he's doing? Ah, that relief. She couldn't put it off any longer. They'd be slipping soon, headed back to Venezia to resume the actual business of the mission after Phillips's interruption. And there was no sidestepping the issue of Senska being on Spencer's watch list. She took off her helmet. Vaz was learning to read the language, and that too. It was a literal gesture, peeling away the defensive veneer and opening up to him. We don't know what he's doing yet, Vaz said. He might just be living in New Tyne and bad-mouthing Earth, which isn't illegal. Spencer hadn't filed anything with him since you left. No, because Mal told him to leave it to us. Vaz was pretty sure they'd have heard if Senska had done anything, though. Have you been monitoring? She followed him up the ladder. I'm not letting my feelings get in the way. Don't make this into a Halsey thing, you know? Like when you wanted to carry out the arrest personally in case you thought you couldn't face it. This is different. Nobody ever thought through this before. Come on, Vazia, keep moving. Vaz got a firm but resistant shove in the back to hurry him up the steel steps. But he wasn't going to shut up now. I feel sorry for the guy. I'd want revenge if I thought my kid had been taken and that the government wasn't telling me the truth about it. You didn't answer my question, though. They were now on the mess deck level, eerily deserted passages and cabins that would normally be packed with 80 or more crew members. The cleaning bot crawled along the deck in front of them, like a disgruntled tortoise, then rolled up the bulkhead to get out of their way. Kilo 5 lived mostly in 5 small spaces. The bridge, the wardroom, the hangar, the forward galley, and the officer's cabin deck. They had plenty of space to get away from each other, but so far they hadn't wanted to. Vaz picked his words surgically. I don't think he's going to be happy to be proved right, Naomi. I'm not even sure if it'll hurt less to find you're alive. But if that was me, I'd feel a lot worse if I thought my kid had died or was still suffering. Naomi just let out a breath and finished the walk to the wardroom in silence. Phillips had taken over half of the table there, various data pads and notes, slates scattered around. BB sat in the middle with his own virtual stack of papers picked out in blue light. He did things like that sometimes. It was somewhere between a joke and a mood indicator. Devereaux watched as she made coffee. The energy pistol that Phillips refused to be parted from now hung in the wardroom bulkheads with a hand-scrawled label underneath, wrestled from a hinge-head housewife by E.W. Phyllis, or Phillips. It was Mal's writing. Where's Mal? Vaz asked. More to the point, where's Adge? And Leaks. Keep your boxers on, BB murmured. The Huragok are upgrading the surveillance drones. Mal's with Captain, going through the fleet procurement mail-order catalog. Seriously? Seriously. He's ever so excited. He wants a Mantis. What does he want an AA gun for? New Mantis, like a Cyclops, mech suit, built bigger and better, and badder. Oh, so any luck with the translations? Phillips stared at the notes in front of him, with intensity of a man willing to start a fire. Then shook his head. BB had enough processing power to decrypt pretty well anything on the spot. If the inscriptions had stumped the combined brains of those two, then there was something missing. We're now working on the basis that the portal I stepped through went to the wrong terminal, Phillips said at last, which does give us a solution for more of the numbers if we factor in the locations of the halos we know about. They're definitely relative to each other rather than central reference point, BB said. But they seem to use a different system for identifying and locating the shield worlds, possibly because there were so many. Devereaux leaned over to put a mug of coffee in front of Phillips and look at it. Have they found any more language data on Trevelyan? I'll check, BB said. He twirled on his horizontal axis for a moment. Sorry, that's a bad AI in joke. Oh, that's just fabulous. They didn't think to flag the fact that Jules exploring Forerunner artifacts, and they found out that the portals are probably malfunctioning or disabled because they've not been maintained. Oh dear. Better snitch on them to the Admiral so they learn to file reports in the future. Do I have to do everything myself? Well, at least that means we're not wasting our time on this, Phillips said. Tell Parangoski not to schedule a firing squad just yet. Everyone sat around the table staring at the datapad or list of symbols. As if we can work this out and BB can't. It was more about not standing idle and getting in the way. Fast spotted a note about Halsey's translations from Onyx being incorrect in some places, and wasn't sure whether to feel better about that or to worry. Devereaux seemed particularly interested in the sheet of notes that Phillips had pushed to one side. Mind if I take this, Evan? She asked. Phillips brightened instantly and smiled at her. No problem. Always useful having a fresh pair of eyes on a problem. Vaz felt like he was 10 again, trying to follow an especially tough calculation in physics class, or dreading being picked on to stand up and explain it. Now, if that was 1, and that meant 5, but what if they didn't use columns or zeros or any of the other stuff that humans now took for granted in mathematics and numbering systems? Even Earth had dozens of different ways of defining its location, sometimes simultaneously. It didn't stop men building pyramids or developing trigonometry or mapping the globe. One, 5, and 8. Hey, Devereaux said, holding up a sheet and pointing. Just curious, is this a symbol for a negative? Negative number? Phillips asked, not looking up. No, a negative word. That's the one, BB said. Well, this is just crazy pilot babble, but if the temple was some kind of command center, why is this the only thing they say not about? Phillips folded his arms and rested his cheek on them, gazing at her. Explain. Go around to any UNSC building and look at the walls. It's all you mustn't do this, you mustn't do that, don't enter here, don't touch this, yada yada yada. But the Forerunners only use this negative thing once in all 3 tunnels. And it's about the teacher or teaching. This didact instructor, lecturer, whatever. If this is all about halos, you'd expect lots of warning notices. Like, don't press this big button, or the galaxy might go bang. But the only warning anywhere looks like it's about this teacher, which is kind of scary. Mal appeared in the doorway. We had a teacher like that once. He never hung around after the gym class when he was about. No, Dev's got a point, Phillips said. That's really interesting. Why didn't you crack that, BB? Why didn't you, BB shot back. And stop sucking up to Dev. It's very transparent. Naomi looked like she was trying hard to get into the enthusiastic swing of things, but kept being dragged down by the thoughts of Venezia. Yes, we should be looking at this teacher as a bigger potential problem than the halos, she said. If you keep repeating the same prohibition and nothing else, it tells you something. I think Dev deserves a cookie. Mal hijacked the coffee machine and watched with a preoccupied look that told Vaz he'd had some news. Yeah, nice one, Dev, he said. Anyone need to do anything before we slip? Steal silverware from Infinity, buy some souvenirs, and sing Helios? Phillips put his datapad down with an emphatic tap. I need a recon image. You can have a super-duper one now, Adge has been tinkering. Or Infinity can grab one before she goes. What do you need? On Tom again. Acroli, Phillips said. It took Vaz a couple of seconds to catch on. Phillips wanted to see what had happened to Nesselin Keep after they'd extracted him. Vaz caught Mal's eye and gave him a disappointed look, but there was no point in blaming Mal for offering because Phillips would fret about the hinge heads either way, and it was probably kinder to stop speculating about it. "Can you get that sorted, BB?" Mal asked. "I'll be on the bridge." Phillips went back to his data pad. Vaz switched on the entertainment screen to check the football results and wondered if his attitudes to elites would have softened if he'd learned their language and had dinner with them. But he thought of New Linelli again, and knew damn well that it wouldn't have and shouldn't. 15 minutes later, BB made a nervous little noise to get Phillips's attention. "If you want to see that image now, Evan, I can project it here," he said. "Are you okay with that? It's from Infinity." Phillips straightened up and sat back in his seat, then just nodded. It was going to be awful. Vaz knew it. He switched off the sports channel just to be polite and wondered just how much detail the 3D would show. BB drew back, and the small space in the center of the war room was now filled with a full-color fly-through of Acral Eye, centered on Nesselum Keep. It wasn't a pile of rubble, which made things even harder because the projection had to peel back to show some of the interior revealed by penetrating radar. It looked gutted to Vaz. There was no sign of females or kids. "Can you pull back, please?" Phillips asked. BB obliged. The fields around the keep were largely intact, except for some crashed debris. Damn, this didn't answer any of my questions for Phillips at all. "The Arbiter had made some inquiries," BB said at last. "I'm sorry, Evan, but Alar and her clan are gone." "Gone? Driven out or dead?" BB didn't flinch. "They died." Phillips nodded a few times. Vaz looked at Devereaux for a steer on whatever to hang around or thin out, but Phillips saved them both the embarrassment of working out what level of sympathy was appropriate for a man who felt bad about some dead Hingeheads. "Okay." Phillips clapped his hands together once, looking at his notes. "Tell the captain I'm ready to roll. And ask her if I can get access to Trevelyan to have a look around. Maybe talk to Jewel. Plenty of halos out there to worry about." The subject was closed. Publicly, at least. Vaz suspected that inside Phillips's head, it was another matter entirely. Chapter 15. I wouldn't trust Jewel as far as I could spit. But we're learning a lot simply by watching where he goes and hearing what he says to the Huragok. Sometimes we lose him for a short period, but the Huragok have clear orders, and they'll obey him. He's engaged them in conversation about Forerunner portals more than once, but if he manages to outsmart them, he can't leave the sphere even if he finds a vessel. All I have to do is bring everything to an instant halt and detonate that harness. The Huragok say the portals are unstable or non-functioning anyway, but I'm still not taking any chances. By the way, the genetically modified Iricon is ready to deploy anytime you say the word. It'll cross-pollinate and overwhelm the native strain completely in less than 3 years. Is this any time to be squeamish, or have we decided that it's more moral to fragment a genocidal enemy and sacrifice more human lives than it is to starve them? When do we decide that enough Sangheili have died, Admiral? What's our critical mass of threat? Dr. Irene Magnuson, ONIRF Trevelyan to Synconi. ONIRF Trevelyan. Jewel waited for Magnuson to question him in her oblique way about the portals and his interest on Forerunner sites. But so far she has said nothing. It didn't fool him at all. He didn't know what she wanted. But he wasn't her guest. He was some kind of experiment. He left it some days before he ventured out into the fascinating spire again, padding out the period in between the feigning a sly, persistent interest in where all the Forerunners had come from, and where they might have fled. Who wouldn't want to know where their gods had gone? Magnuson already knew he hadn't come to this place with much of a faith, but isolated people clung to what little they knew in alien worlds, and he was curious about the Forerunners. Yes, he admitted that to himself. Today he walked out to the spire again via another route to to give any surveillance drones the impression that this would be the limit of his explorations for today. He was always on foot. There were only so many hours that he could spend wandering around. Prone accompanied him as usual. I still don't understand how such a powerful advanced species could just disappear, Jules said. There were a lot of insects around him today, some of them brilliantly colored like flying gems. However big a catastrophe might have befallen him, it makes no sense that every single one was wiped out. Did they escape to another galaxy? Did they manage to manipulate time so completely that they hid in it? These are fascinating questions, Brone said. But we have no answers. We waited. We still wait, in case they return with more orders for us. Do you believe they will? All things may be possible. And this is the point of our existence. The spire beckoned in the distance. Jewel took the time getting there. He sat down in the grass on the riverbank and took off his belt to examine the symbols again while Prone drifted around in circles, never straying more than a few meters away. Jewel knew that Huragok needed to stay busy, but wondered if they ever slept, and how they slept. Prone obviously had orders. At one point, Jewel felt the explosive harness chafing, and he'd grown so used to it that he tried to adjust one of the straps without thinking. Prone rushed to his side and put the restraint tentacle on his forearm. You mustn't try to remove it. It'll detonate. Jewel was caught off guard by how close he'd come to killing himself. I wasn't. It's rubbing me. Loosen it a little. Once it's no longer in contact with you, it will explode. I said a little. Prone didn't answer, but he fiddled with the straps, and Jewel felt more comfortable as the pressure eased. It was loose enough to slide over his head, but he wasn't going to risk Prone's warning. But he resolved to work out some way of exploiting that. In the meantime, he contented himself with scratching to relieve the itch. But removing the harness was no escape on its own, unless he found a way to get out of the sphere. Can you read all of the Forerunner symbols? He asked. Yes. Surely they told you the places they might go if there was a crisis, if only to help you find them, or help them. There were locations they didn't reveal for our own safety. Because of the flood. That would steer Magnuson well away from Jewel's plan. Is the flood more widespread than this galaxy? Prone did not respond. Unlike humans, they didn't seem to be able to lie at all, just answer or not answer. And what was this didact? Perhaps he was another form of the flood, and some enemy of the Forerunner. The only place Jewel would be able to ask Prone that question was in the underground chamber. He needed to thicken his smoke screen just a bit more. This word alarms me, he said. I get lost walking through the doors that I can't even see. These are for your safety. In case the flood contagion breached this shield world, there are many such barriers within barriers that we can use to contain contaminations. Tell me if the flood is still out there somewhere. I cannot. I don't know. But the Forerunners must have known. Jewel gazed at his belt, inscribed with the writing of the beings that had died and vanished long ago, and felt satisfied that Magnuson would be well on the way to believing that his focus was on spiritual mystery. He got up and walked slowly towards the spire, trying to remember what he'd done last time to trigger whatever kind of portal had taken him under the structure. Remember, Prone said, drifting after him, that was quite devious for a Huragok. He really didn't want the humans to know about something, remembering not to stray too far. Jewel ambled up to the spire and wandered around, touching the carved stones, until he felt the cobwebs brush his face again. He found himself back in the chamber, this time with Prone. Tell me, why must I avoid the didact, he said. There had to be some portal connected with this. That was the name that had made Prone most anxious. Jewel needed to know what the risks were when he worked out a way to activate the portal and take a plunge into the unknown. Is he the Flood? Is he another form of the Flood? He was of the warrior caste, a Forerunner. He despised humans. So do my people. I don't understand. If he still lives, then he may return from the exile. He only knows war. He tried to fight the flood. He tried to destroy the humans. This Didact sounded like a perfectly sensible person who knew a threat when he saw one. How long has he been gone? 100,000 years. That was very disappointing. It was now dawning on Jewel that this wasn't making any sense at all. That point in time seemed to be a watershed for Forerunner events. This wasn't history, this was myth. It surprised him that the Huragok would take a legend so serious. But the names began to fit the pattern. The Didact and the Librarian sounded like the oldest sagas carved into the walls of the earliest keeps on St. Helios. There might have been a foundation of truth in them, but there was also much embellishment to fill the unexplained gaps or make up for unreliable memories. And one thing was always certain: they were far in the past. How much of what Prone told him was myth that had evolved into reality because of Onyx and its long isolation? I think the Didact will be long dead by now, Jules said kindly. He looked at the potential portal signs on the walls, wondering what his chances were of emerging in an environment that wouldn't kill him. Even gods die. We are not dead. Jewel pointed to the symbols that repeated most frequently. He took care not to look, as if he planned to touch them in case Prone wrestled him to the ground again. Is there a portal to Earth? Show me. Prone hesitated, as if he was weighing up whether Jewel would be rash or stupid enough to try using it. That one, it doesn't work now, not at all. Ah. So he had some way of telling which ones were live, of course. How else would he know if the portals were faulty in the first place? Why didn't I think of that before? Jewel didn't ask if one led to St. Helios. He'd get around to that eventually, but subtly. Did the Didact use a portal? And the Librarian? No, he is hidden. You don't know where he went? We know the name, but not the location, in case others used us to reach him. The line between reality and myth seemed to be blurring again. It's obviously troubled Prone, making his luminescence increase. Jewel wondered whether to change the subject, or to get him talking about the nature of the faults that the portals had. But the odd answer intrigued him. Very well, what's the name of the place where he went? Not St. Helios and not Earth, obviously. Requiem. Jewel had never heard of it. It sounded like another myth world, as vague and meaningless as the Great Journey, which is the symbol for it. That one. It was one of the more distinctive ones that Jewel had etched into his belt, and a way of finding his path back to the chamber. So he was sent to Requiem, but you don't know where it is. That's what I said. We have to go back now. Prone drifted back and forth until Jewel stepped away from the wall and followed him. That was probably enough for today. Rushing it would simply make Prone reluctant to talk, and being out of contact for too long might make Magnuson suspicious and encourage her to come down here. There were so many artifacts in this world that even the sizable number of humans now working here had hardly placed a fraction of them on the map. Magnuson had told him, as if this lack of knowledge was something laudable. Getting back to the surface simply meant retracing his steps and steeling himself to walk into the inscribed wall that suddenly wasn't there. Out in the sunlight again, he fingered his belt, intrigued by the symbol for the Didact. So the Didact didn't like humans. 100,000 years ago, Jewel realized the Forerunners had visited many planets and seemed to have something in common with humans that they didn't have with Sangheli. But until today, he thought of it as a positive connection, something to be envied, an unjustified fondness for the least worthy child in the clan. Now, he saw an entirely new history of the galaxy. The humans had done something to provoke the Didact's anger. And a god didn't wage war on insects, not even a mortal god. The powerful dealt with threats. Jewel started to wonder what threat the human worms could have posed to such a massive, sophisticated empire, and reached one conclusion only. Humans bred, humans spread and colonized, like the flood, albeit in a more subtle and insidious way.
No drink, you drink.
They didn't absorb what they touched into their biomass, they simply gave it no room to live. "A vehicle's coming," Prone said. "Listen." Jewel could hear it, the familiar sound of a warthog, a noisy, ugly machine that came in varied forms. The vehicle, a small troop transport, bounced across the ground, and it took him a few moments to work out that it wasn't passing but coming right at him. He'd done something foolish. He'd given away his plan somehow, and now Magnuson was going to put him back in his cage. Should he fight back? No, he'd be killed. He still had to work out a detailed plan of how he would access this portal, and also how'd he remove the harness before Magnuson could detonate it, which would involve the cooperation of this Hurgok. He had to remain an obedient little hingehead. The warthog transport drew level with him and stopped, and 2 male soldiers sat in the front while a female sat in the back, with a rifle aimed almost directly at him, pointing in his direction but tilted down. The humans' way of saying they didn't intend to kill him, but they would if they had to. "And if you detonate this belt, you're so close to me now that you'll be injured." His chains were also his insurance. "Sir, there's a visitor here for you," the driver said. Sir meant nothing in the mouths of these men. It sounded respectful, but Jewel had observed it used almost as punctuation. He's not got much time. Come with us." So not punishment. Magnuson and I will continue to play our game. It was a tight fit into the warthog, and it would have been suffocating if it had had a roof. Prone looked almost comical, huddled on the seat next to Jewel. But there was nothing amusing about the shadow that fell across him from behind, the shadow of the rifle. As they drove into the base, Jewel saw a pen of colos and noticed half of them had gone. Half of the uruk and grain had been cut too. "Prone, what happened to the animals?" he asked. "They died as planned." Jewel imagined an ice store full of colo carcasses, enough to keep him fed for many years. Many miserable years of imprisonment to come. But they'd been sickly creatures, unlike the healthy ones that still grazed. "You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Magnuson. I won't be staying that long." "And the grain? Harvest it." The rest of the Irricon looked ripe too, but that hadn't been cut, and that was odd. "Were the colos sick?" "I don't want to eat diseased meat. I was sick enough as it was." "Not diseased," Prone said. "Starving." Prone often didn't make sense. It was something like talking to a temple mystic, except with the added frustration that Hurgok dealt in facts, and there were some actual meaning buried in their pronouncements. Jewel braced himself for the visitor and went back to his cell under escort. Prone disappeared. "I will cooperate. I will be calm. I will continue to present the face of a warrior seeking the gods." The door opened. "Hello, Jewel. How are you?" The greeting was delivered in perfect colloquial Sangheili, but with that weak-minded child's pronunciation. The person Jewel was expecting was Phillips. The worm strode in with his teeth bared and a face contorted as if he'd expected Jewel to be pleased to see him again. He was smiling. Magnuson accompanied him with an extra chair. "Phyllis," Jewel said, "contain your contempt, be serene." He faced the humans across the table. "I'm better now. Have you come to show me more puzzles?" In a way, Phillips leaned on his elbows and meshed his fingers. He seemed to have aged a lot in the brief time since Jewel had seen him last. His eyes looked more weary of the things he saw, and he was wearing a faded black military working suit, like the ones the humans around the base wear, except this one had no insignia. It looked as if he'd worn it for years, but Jewel knew he'd been a scholar until very recently. "I've been to Vadam and Ontom. You knew that the Arbiter invited me to sing Helios, didn't you? Well, I visited the temple in Ontom, and I'm translating the inscriptions from the walls. So they let me look around here for the last couple of days to see if I can work out some more." "Where's your pet AI?" BB, he's not here. If I start relying on an artificial intelligence for everything, my brain will rust. You're intelligent enough to cope without him, Jules said. The last thing he'd said to Phillips hadn't been flattering. He'd ranted, threatened, and called him an Isham. If he was too kind to the humans, suspicion would be raised. But then you could always do tricks to deceive me. Did you solve many RM puzzles? Philip spread his hands and laughed. Oh, dozens. People kept bringing them to me to see how long it would take me to open them. I love those things. I even opened a portal in a temple with one. Portal? Jewel tried not to react. This was the point of all the social nonsense, then, to flesh out his intentions. And it led you here? Jewel said carefully. Actually, I ended up in a field in Acroli, which wasn't where it was supposed to go at all. His half-smile faded for a moment, then returned, a little less natural than it had to be, but it was educational. Jewel felt the world change around him. He wasn't prepared for his reaction. Phillips tossed place names around like Ontom, Acroli, Vadam. It hurt. That's my home. Those places are mine. You can't have them. For a moment, he fully expected Phillips to come to the point, to reveal that he'd visited Umdama and been to Bacan Keep, just to taunt Jewel about his clan and watch Jewel's reaction. He didn't, though. He didn't mention Umdama at all. He didn't even ask Jewel a sly but leading question to lure him into discussing such things. Jewel felt very alone again, and missed Ray more than he'd ever imagined possible. And the uprising, Jewel asked? Phillips looked much more serious. A lot of Sangheili have died. The Arbiter's taken losses, but he's still in charge. I imagine it'll continue. My family don't know where I am. I can't tell them, I'm afraid. You know that. Find out if Rhea is well. I know you can use your contacts to ask. If I can, I will. Phillips tilted his head on one side and looked down. He seemed to be staring at Jewel's belt. Did you decorate that yourself? I never noticed the symbols before. Jewel leaned back and looked down at the belt. I'm trying to read the language, too. The teacher, Phillips pointed. There was a lot about the teacher in the temple. Teacher. It was the Didact symbol. Phillips was exceptionally clever with language and had access to sources on Sanghelios that not even the warrior like Jewel had. It was time to turn the tables, as the humans would say. He would interrogate Phillips, just as deceitfully, just as carefully, and see what else there was to learn. The Didact, Jewel said. The warrior god who had to be concealed. Phillips nodded with that crinkling of the brow that indicated a wistful sadness. It probably wasn't genuine. The Forerunners certainly put a lot of prohibition around him. Now Jewel was getting somewhere. He had that feeling that Phillips was testing him as much as he was testing Phillips. But that could be exploited. He needed locations. He needed to know more about the portals, where they went, where he would end up if he touched the wall and activated one. He might simply end up in a field on the same world, just like Phillips had. He hated humans, Jewel said. Your species has been causing offense for millennia. Phillips didn't even twitch. I never come across his name before in my studies. He pulled out a data pad and made some marks on it, gaze flickering between the pad and Jewel's belt. Could you stand up, please? I'd like to record those as well. Why? Because Sangheili language and culture is my life's work, and I have a theory that some of your language came from the Forerunner. Phillips had that fire in his eyes once again. He wanted to know simply for the sake of knowing. It was luminous and honest, a child's passage. Have you heard of the Hittites? Probably not. An ancient human empire, military heavyweights. They used an alphabet that looked like other languages in what were called the Middle East, but we couldn't translate their inscriptions. We just knew what the sounds were. Then a scholar transcribed some words phonetically and recognized sounds from European languages. Once he explored that tiny detail, just those few words that struck a spark in him, we were able to translate the Hittite language. And we found They were Middle Eastern. They weren't Middle Eastern at all. They came from another part of the world. It changed everything that we thought we knew about them. There was no harm humoring Phillips now. He loved his subject. He loved to talk, and he loved to show off his knowledge. This was how tables were turned. Magnuson simply watched, looking mesmerized by Phillips' fluency. She kept staring at him, as if she couldn't believe the alien sounds that were coming out of his mouth. What happened to them? Jewel asked. Phillips' face relaxed in that dismayed way, as if he hadn't been expecting to be asked. Their civilization disappeared, he said. They were destroyed by their own civil wars. And no, I didn't tell you that to make some point about your fate. I just wanted to find those few hidden words, that key to understanding both cultures. If Jewel knew anything about humans, it was that Phillips meant the last sentence regardless of whatever other lies he had been telling. He went on, sketching on his pad, face flushed under that thin layer of wiry brown hair around his mouth and chin. He had something that he wanted, and now Jewel would try again. It was hard to play this game under such scrutiny from others who played it every minute of their lives. So, what was the interest in Acroli, other than crops, he asked. Forerunner ruins, Phillips said, distracted. You have so many on St. Helios, far more than on Earth. I exited in a collapsed building, a few inscriptions, but nothing significant. Phillips had been ported to another Forerunner site, even the wrong one. Then that confirmed Jewel's theory. The answer was small, but had been worth the effort. Suddenly, Phillips frowned at his screen and looked past it. I'm sorry, Jewel, he said. I've just had a message. I have to go back. I hope we would have had longer. Perhaps I can come again next time. Make it soon, or you won't find me here. I hope you find your key. I'll keep looking, and if I can, I'll ask about Rhea, I promise. Magnuson didn't say a word. She followed Phillips out of the cell, and Jewel went to the window to gaze out and make sense of what he'd gleaned from their conversation. It had made up his mind to risk accessing the portal as soon as he could. The Warthog was still parked where he could see it, in the shade of some trees. A few minutes later, Phillips walked briskly up to it, punching his palm. It was a strangely inverted human gesture, just like baring teeth to show peaceful intent. They hurt their hands to show they were pleased. Phillips would keep his word and find out about Rhea. But if he found out anything, if he passed it back to Jewel, it would be unbearable. Jewel would never see her again. The humans would never let him go home. He had to do it soon, very soon now, or die in the attempt. UNSC Port Stanley, former Onyx Sector. Mike Spencer was a patient man. He nursed a mug of coffee while he chattered on a secure comm link. More like a man catching up with his family than an agent operating undercover on a planet where the entry permit was a criminal record, official or otherwise. I hear you've been wreaking havoc on St. Helios, Mal, he said. Are you on your way back now? It's kind of quiet here. I could do with some entertainment. Mal still wasn't sure how much to tell Spencer. That was a job for Parangoski, but she wasn't there, and Osmond was on the hangar deck with the rest of the squad. In a day or so, Mal would be relying on Spencer to help them infiltrate New Tyne. He wanted to build more trust with this man. Not exactly us, Mal said. We just had to extract Phillips. The hingeheads were killing each other pretty efficiently without our help. Well, if Infinity had the same effect on them as it had on the rest of the UNSC, I'd call it a result. It's amazing how you can hide something that big for that many years, isn't it? Even from fellow intelligence agencies. Yeah, sorry about that, but half of Oni didn't know about it either. Spencer didn't look as if he believed him. It was a faint flash of the eyebrow, and words out in the Kigyar Cafe Society about a new chick in town, Shipmistress Laz. BB missed his calling as a female impersonator. He did a good job, maybe too good. I'm not sure whether to keep that show going or not. BB popped up out of nowhere and hung between Mal and the screen. What do you mean, too good? I'll have you know I got rave reviews from my Lady Macbeth. You know Kigyar, very territorial, all the gang bosses panicking about who this character is and how she can get a hold of a UNSC missile. Spencer spun around slowly in his chair to pick up something from the table behind him. He was in a makeshift basement ops center. The one where Mal had first realized that Venezia was going to get personally messy for Kilo 5. Anyway, word travels fast. Might be useful when we need to deal with the buzzards now. Senska, he left Venezia a couple of days ago, and I've lost track of him. He rarely travels, and I rarely lose his trail, but this time I have no idea where he's gone. But he'll be back, right? He always has been. Do I take it that you're going to handle this internally? Yes, Mal said, without thinking. Leave him to us. Okay, and still no sign of Pious Inquisitor. Although I think I know where Sav is. Sav fell. Handy intel, by the way. Thanks. So if you were a Kikyar, who would you sell stolen battlecruisers to? I might keep it for myself, if I had designs of lifting Jackal kind up into the social ladder in the New World Order. But as long as it doesn't end up in a used warship auction here, that'll be a result. Because that's what's really worrying me. Spencer put his mug down with a thunk and looked like he was finished. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Just remember to give some notice if you need to land anything really big and hide it. See you later, Mal said. We'll bring the coffee. BB placed himself on the chair next to Mal, hovering at head height. Phillips's back just docked, witting on and knowing who the teacher is. I hope Trevelyan's evil boffins haven't tested some new psychotropic drug on him. You're in a good mood. I thought you were having a sulk. I've been contemplative, yes. But your reintegration thing worked okay, didn't it? Sort of. BB knew everything and ran everything. Hearing him say sort of was reassuring. Mal, what are you more afraid of? Death itself? You know, the things you'll never do? The finality of it? Or how you're going to die? Mal had a feeling he knew where this was going. The how, I think, he said. And I'm an ODST. So I've given it plenty of thought. Normally 2 seconds before they drop my pod. But the way things are going now, I'll probably die from just sitting on my ass and overheating. There are some ways of dying that seem a little less crappier than others. I've seen a fair odd selection to help me make up my mind. I know exactly how I'm going to die, and almost exactly when. Unless someone like Halsey pulls my plug, there's only one way for an AI to die. It's okay to be scared of that. We can kid ourselves, and it'll never happen to us, but you're too smart for that. There was no shoulder to slap or hair to ruffle. Mal couldn't even drag him out to the bar and pour beer down his throat. Do what I do. Make yourself think about it until you're sick of it. Then get on with your life. You know, you're rather good at this leadership thing. Have you ever considered a career in the Marines? See, you're better already. Look sharp, staff. Captain is on deck. Osmond swept in with the rest of the squad and took her seat. No Ginger to ease her jump today. Then, maybe she was going cold turkey on it. BB twirled away and settled on the nav console. Back to his usual self. Everyone's got their passport, false nose and mustache. Let's spin up for sunny New Tyne then. Phillips plopped down on his seat on the bridge, looking a bit breathless. I know who the teacher is, or was, a forerunner called the Didact. He hated the humans. Well, the forerunners are extinct and we're not, Mal said. So, neener neener. Jewel said something about him needing to be hidden. I think he was just winging it, though, because the Didact guy has only popped up just now. If this was part of their faith, that even a semi-atheist like Jewel knows, then the abiding truth would have had a whole library about it, a subcult even. So was he hiding from something, or did they lock him away? Don't tell me they had another god. No idea, but the only risk to us is probably any countermeasures they put in place that still work, like halos, which is what I'm going to focus on. Phillips gave Devereaux a grin. So you were right, the Forerunners had some issue with the didact, but that was 100,000 years ago. So was Onyx, Devereaux said, and it's still going strong. Mal was sure that the drives felt smoother on the Port Stanley as they wound up for the jump and flung herself into another dimension. Sometimes she spent a few minutes concentrating on the featureless nothing beyond the view screen, trying to get some feel for what slipspace was beyond the set of numbers and diagrams. He still couldn't quite grasp all of it. It was a curtain behind which the real world bent on and blacked out the mind. A tunnel that he'd emerge from sooner or later, never a separate reality. It was one of those things he never knew existed and could prove and see, but didn't believe at any level that resonated in his chest. Sometimes, when he was having trouble sleeping and needed to numb his brain, he thought about religion. There were people like Telcam and Manny Baccarat, not even the same species, who could believe completely in something that not only couldn't be proven, but showed no sign of existence at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. The nearest Mal could get to knowing how they felt was to take a hold of his unbelief in the ships in slip space. He knew to be there and turn it upside down in a hope that he'd finally understand how they felt. Occasionally, for a few fleeting seconds, he did. Vaz had told him that a doc could stick an electrode in a certain part of the brain and give even an atheist a religious experience with every zap, guaranteed. But Mal didn't want his sense of reality messed around any more than it already was. Kilo 5 wasn't a spiritual outfit at all. ONIHR had personality matched the squad pretty well. He decided and went down to the hangar bay to see what Adge and Leeks were doing with the Tart cart. Even the Huragok had merged into the team without a hiccup. Oh great, Vaz said. You've accessorized it. The dropship, already subtly altered, was now changing colors. Her full hull cycled from various camo patterns, desert, Arctic, forest, and then took on the palette of the hangar so exactly that it looked like some street artist had done it for a laugh. Then the hull went back to matte charcoal gray. I don't know why I didn't think to ask for it before. Devereaux walked around the ship with her arms folded, grinning from ear to ear. Reactive camo. It was just a matter of getting Adge and Leeks up to incorporate it into the stealth coating without messing up the carbon nanotube kit. So, how invisible are we going to be? Still not completely invisible, and there's not much I can do about the noise. But I can land this and lay up with more peace of mind. Shame we couldn't have had all these extras while the war was still on. Hey, that's life in a blue suit, and our war isn't over. Mal felt that his was. He went back to the galley and set the processor to whip up some more yeast nutrients for the Huragok, then drew up a roster for making the stuff and posted it in the bulkhead. It was like arguing over whose turn it was to feed the bloody cat. The idea of Adge and Leeks making a fuss of him to get fed struck him as funny. Not that he could ever see them doing that. And he was still laughing to himself when Vaz came in and tapped his finger on his ear to indicate his earpiece. Come on, we've got a briefing, he said. Have you unplugged? Osmond's rounding us up. Yeah, can you get the TV signal in the wardroom? Hockey finals, live from St. Petersburg. Vaz actually smiled. A proper smile, with a show of teeth even this time. 2 hours time, girls hockey? ? Vaz narrowed his eyes. He'd heard it all before. Ice hockey. Slipspace comms are a little more strategic of a miracle. It was going to be great to drop out of slipspace, fully briefed, instead of being dumped into a crisis that had germinated, grown, and ripened during the time that you were cut off. But nothing brought it all home to Mal, quite like the idea of Vaz being able to watch his beloved hockey live. It was the small details that taught him the most. They'll be using slipspace bubbles to preserve food one day, Mal said. That's what happens to all this technology. They descend into the mundane. What? Never mind, come on. It's your turn to give Adge and Leeks their sludge. Leave it in the wardroom for them, on the nice tableware. They're Oni now. Vaz seemed to think Hergok had developed some kind of team spirit, but Mal suspected that their psychology was still ambivalent, no matter how much lovingly prepared yeasty stuff they fed to them. Let's go, it's briefing time. Osmond was pretty transparent for the spook. She'd thought a lot since Mal had first met her. He still had no doubt that she was worth fearing, because nothing less than the absolute ruthless efficiency would have made her Parangoski's chosen error. But, as far as the squad went, she was considerate commander who treated them with respect and fondness. She let them take over the wardroom. A lot of officers would have taken a very dim view of that, and she was prepared to get her hands dirty along with them. Mal couldn't ask for any more. Unfortunately, the situation on Venezia was going to push that to the limit, and he knew it. He watched her move from seat to seat in the wardroom, and finally sat at the table next to Naomi, as a loud statement of "here comes the awkward stuff" as he had ever seen. "Okay, people, Oni closed door rules," Osmond said.
Stretch for me, Daddy.
Phillips and Devereaux shrank visibly.
Oh, stretch.
I'll speak my mind, and you'll speak yours, Venezia. We pick up where we left off, and I admit that there's been some mission creep. We're not interested now in who else is arming Telcam so much as who's turning into a problem for Earth. We'll continue to track the tagged weapons that we gave to Telcam, but mainly to work out what the supply networks look like now. The new focus on our interest is Pious Inquisitor. Are we observing, or will we be an active role? Naomi asked, like it was another mission. Observing initially, but this isn't the regular operation for us. So let's work out our new ground rules. Naomi's father. We can make all the dutiful noises we want, but this isn't just painfully personal. It's without precedent. What do we do about him? If this is about my feelings, ma'am, then you treat him like any other suspect, Naomi said. Victims take revenge on society, feel sorry for them, but it's still illegal. They still get prosecuted if they take the law into their own hands. I meant before we get to that stage. Should we be told what happened to you? And do you want him to know? They're different questions. He'll be the first parent to find out, ma'am, Vaz said. Shouldn't that be considered? Security, I mean. I'll square that with Parangoski. She'll go public on it herself eventually. Osmond looked at Naomi for a long time, but didn't seem any closer to getting the answers from her. She glanced away. Mal could only put himself in Staffin Senska's place and imagine his own reaction. He's got a right to know, ma'am, whether it pisses him off even more or not. So how do we let him know? Naomi folded her arms. Maybe I tell him myself. Well, there's a few stages we have to get through before you can do that. So do we grab him and do the reunion thing here, Mal asked. Then what do we do with him after? Jail him? Shoot him? Because if we just throw him back like some fish, then where does he go from here? Earth's security and the security of its colonies must come first, Naomi said. She was still trying to prove to them that she put duty first. She really didn't need to. If what happened to my family is to have any meaning at all, this has got to be paramount. It all depends on how Senska reacts to the news. But they had to find a way to tell him first, and Mal didn't know if that would make him an even bigger threat. He spooled forward on his mind to an appalling tragedy, the worst scenario. That some hard-working, ordinary bloke who'd never done anything wrong in his life, had watched his family torn apart, had somehow survived the Covenant attacks, and then was finally reunited with his kid just before getting his brains blown out because he'd had a huge grudge against Earth. A justified grudge, as it turned out. Mal wondered how he'd feel about that when he was old and looking back into his service career. If he made it to old age and a peaceful death in his sleep, It wasn't the kind of deathbed reminiscent of what he wanted to have. Yeah, it's all about how you meet your end, BB. It's all about making sure the last thought on your mind isn't regret. So have we made a decision here, Vaz asked? Are we going to somehow let Senska know he's got a daughter and that he was right all along? Osmond looked at Naomi as if she was going to give her the casting vote, and Mal didn't think that was right. She had the right to decide if she wanted to be revealed to her father or not, but it was a terrible responsibility to give her for whatever Senska did when he found out. I'd go ballistic, completely and utterly frickin' mental. Any father would. Naomi, I don't know if it's fair on you or not, Osmond said at last. I said I'd do it, ma'am. Naomi had done nothing but brood on this since she'd found out. Mal damn well knew it. But maybe we make the decision when we have enough contact with him to assess the consequences for everyone. It was a sensible Spartan kind of answer. Naomi pushed back from the table even though Osmond hadn't dismissed the meeting. She didn't actually get up and leave, but it had the effect of bringing things to a gradual halt. I want to deploy to the surface, ma'am, Naomi said. She said it as if Osmond hadn't worked that out yet. If there's one concession I want from you, it's being allowed to do my job instead of watching this play out. You're 2 meters taller at least, so you're not going to be there unannounced, Mal said. And if you're undercover, you can't clonk around in that bloody suit. Staff, there are plenty of really tall women in the world, and I'm still enhanced even without the armor. Naomi looked right into him. Not into his eyes, but through them, and right into him. Let me do this. You think you know what a Spartan can do, but you don't know what I can do. She had that intense look, just like her dad's, those completely gray eyes without a trace of blue in them. And I don't know either, but I do need to find out what Naomi Senska really is. It wasn't a perfect solution, but Mal knew there wasn't going to be a better one. Osmond looked at him, as if he had the veto. He shrugged. They'd work out a way to pass off Naomi as just another regular miscreant who happened to end up on Venezia. Okay, I suppose we'd better thin out Vaz can watch the hockey. So Vaz can watch the hockey, Osmond said. BB, use our spiffy new slip space comms and ask the Admiral to route us every bit of current data on Venezia up to the minute. Vaz and Naomi insert first, and then we send Mal a few days later, with the rest of us on standby. Naomi disappeared. Mal didn't care much for hockey anyway, and gave her half an hour before he left the others to watch the game, and went looking for her. She was down on Foxtrot, sitting cross-legged on the glass, decked with her elbows. Eyebrows, Jesus. She was down on Foxtrot, sitting cross-legged on the glass deck with her elbows braced on her knees. Without armor, she was still a very tall girl, but not conspicuously muscular. Maybe she'd get away with it on Venezia. Mal closed one eye to defocus slightly and tried to imagine seeing her for the first time without knowing what she was. He might have taken her for a basketball player, or even a field athlete. She had a point. That lean, fine-boned face sort of fit the image. Mal walked out onto the transparent deck and sat down with her. It was easier when there was nothing to see below but space. Would he be happier not knowing? She asked. What do you want to tell him? Are you going to tell him what was done to you? It would upset him, wouldn't it? Yes, of course it would. But what if I had been taken too? I'd probably be dead now, along with everyone else on Sansar. But I survived and I excelled, and because of the Spartans, humanity survived too. Would he be proud of me? It was one way of looking at it. It didn't make it any easier. Are you happy with what you've become? I don't think I would have been happy being anything else, she said. Not if I was as exceptional as Halsey told us that we all were. Mal had to remember that the kids had been taken because they were rare, brilliant, genetically gifted examples of humanity, even without all of the crap that Halsey had bolted on later. Growing up to be a librarian or a truck driver in a backwater colony would have been pretty frustrating for a 1 in a billion kid like Naomi. Yeah, Mal said, I think your dad would have been proud. Earth or no Earth. That's where we're going to quit. We're out of music, and we're 2 hours into the awesome. And I have stumbled over enough words that we're going to finish this next week. We're on page 397. And we've got to make it to 451. So that puts us 55 pages approximately. So hey, there you go. Thursday War. We'll finish it next week. We got to ask Installation 00 what the next book is, because I'm going to have to get it ordered so we can start it, because we're 2 weeks from getting through this and starting a new book. I will scroll through and reread all of the stuff like we usually do. That's how that usually works. I'm gonna reboot the music here for a second while we wait for Halo Infinite to populate, and I do that. And then I'm gonna go get some coffee. We're gonna jump in the Discord and we're gonna hang out with all of you, because that's what we enjoy doing, and I really enjoy doing it. It's like one of my favorite things, like, ever. Okay, let's get that started. And when this is ready, when that pops, we'll get rid of this. Okay, let's see what we're missing here. No, that's not what we want to do. Perfect. Okay. All right, all the way up to the top. Oh, I can't do it that way. I gotta go this way. Hey, we got Halo music starting. Yay! Let's see. I wonder if we could say enough nice things in chat today while John is reading to make him cry later when he recaps. He's such a sweet and good person, and he's also hilarious. He is really a treasure. God, I hate you guys. What the fuck? Anyway, I do love you, but seriously, god damn it. Special. Yep, thank you. Good evening. How is it? It goes. Busy at work today. Sleepless and exhausted. I feel that, and I'm sorry for that. Simple joy, good old-fashioned hard work. Any sappy words for John? I miss him. It gets me here for sure. I'm here for the erotic readings. Oh, God. Lubricant, luster, and libations. Oh, boy. Precious few times you meet someone in your life, they feel like you're destined to meet. Feel that way too, Martin. I miss you. You are a good writer. Keep writing. I used to make my mom cry on her birthday with my Mother's Day cards. That is awesome. Nikki, I miss your mom a lot too. I blame the many childish jokes John has told me in my life that have brought me to tears laughing. I'm glad that I make you guys laugh. John makes me feel funny in my pants. I mean, I do that to some people, so I get it. uh, happy little accidents, right? God damn it, you guys. We're all going to cry today. Cope says you're on clip duty because he's got to work. I love the Kraken. Reading today, hell yeah. Yeah, Ghost Bubba, welcome. Thanks for coming by and talking to us. We are reading. We've been doing that. So close to goal time. Oh yeah. I always forget. Because you just typed a lot today. Moral Dictata is the next book. I'd do that one before you tackle the Forerunner trilogy. Okay. I was able to go see all the messages, Copes, because I have it over here. So I'm grateful for all of you guys. 100% not worthy. Making me cry, you assholes. Give me a second. I'm gonna go reboot my coffee. You guys can watch the chair for a minute. When I come back, we're gonna play some Halo. We're gonna hang out with our friends. We're gonna open the lobby to all of the good people who come and spend the time with us. That's all of you guys. Give me just a second, okay? I'll be right back. Coffee time.
John started leaking on Nikki's message and then my one went and messed him up. Laughing face.
I have returned. Just one more second here. Trying to find a. I need to get a new cloth to clean my glasses because you made me cry so much that there are like teardrops on them, and I have to rectify that. Give me one more second. I gotta get a cloth. I forgot it. All right. I returned with a new art cloth for my art table, and I returned with a nice soft cloth to clean my glasses with from every time you guys make me cry. I hope you feel the love. You know, I feel the love every time you guys come and be part of the awesome. The hardest part about the things that I've been going through is that the I love you guys too. I really do miss that cat, Leonidas. That was a hard death. Him. That cat fell asleep on a kitchen chair one night. He was a big, fat, round, awesome orange cat. He looked like Garfield except with white stripes instead of black ones. Just white chest. He was the best. I felt being a father has taught me some things that I didn't know before. Or that maybe I knew and I just couldn't like talk about or couldn't like understand, but he used to come and he'd sit on you and he'd exercise his dominance, and he would not move. He would never move. You know, the rule of cat, he would lay on you. You can't get up. He's just on you. But he would come and he would beat you in the face with his face. He would just headbutt you always. And towards the end, he just started like drooling like all of the time. And we were worried that was like a medical condition. Of course, the vet was just like, no, cats get old and they do that if they're comfortable with you and some other things. So it was like that. And anyway, one night he fell asleep on the kitchen in the kitchen on one of the tables, and he rolled off of the chair in the middle of the night and fell down onto the floor and broke his neck. He would do this crazy licking in the air. That's right. He would lick. He had a itchy spot on his back that for forever as he got old that would cause him to like crazily lick like he was trying to clean it if you were scratching it. But he did. He fell off in the middle of the night and broke his neck, and I heard it And I went out to him, and I picked him up, and it fixed him enough that he was alive, and he started purring in my arms, and then he died, and that was the end. It was terrible. I went out and buried him at 2:30 in the morning underneath the peach tree. Oh yeah, that was quite a few years ago now. I remember my neighbors came to me separately over the next month and asked me if everything was okay, and if my wife was around, because they hadn't seen her. I thought that was really interesting that all of my neighbors they tell me that I'm like Ned Flanders, and then I go out and I bury one cat in the middle of the night, and they're all wondering if I killed my wife or something and buried her in the yard. Anyway, yeah, no, back to the other thing I was saying before we got off on the cat. I do miss that cat every single day. I feel what I was gonna say about that is that I wish I had loved him more, because I knew that time was finite, but I took him for granted, and I felt burdened by some of the love that he wanted to give me in the end. And I try to tell people about that because it's important. It feels really fucking terrible later. I think about that a lot with my dogs now and my old dog Rufus, because it was kind of the same. At the end, I gave everything I could give to that dog as he was fighting cancer and passing. But I think about the times now that I spend with my dogs, and I try to treat them like my kids. If they need me, I try to just stop and make it all about them for 5 minutes, because I remember those animals that I didn't make enough time for, and it makes me feel super shitty remembering that I could have been better. That's tough. It's a hard one. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really hard one. It's hard because you have to look at yourself and be honest with you. And then you have to, not only do you have to be honest with yourself, but you have to take your lumps, right? It's really, really hard to tell yourself the truth and be accountable. You guys did, yeah. Yeah, you did. It's okay. Everybody cries. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not. You guys are the best. I am not worthy. I'm not worthy. And all of this is just healing anyway. It's okay. Right? It's okay. Do you guys like the book today? Hmm. Thank you. Diagnosed with stomach cancer. Oof. Well, that means a lot, Copes. Cause Lord knows if you ask, I can tell you all the things not to do. uh, son of a bitch. Thanks for spending time with me today, you guys. Thank you. I think that the book is doing a really great job describing how terrible humanity can be. The fact that the UNSC has engineered crops to starve the cattle and upset the natives. It sounds very human, doesn't it? And testing them under Sangheili to make sure that they work. Poor Jewel. I'd be really interested to see what happens with Naomi's father. I thought it was interesting that how they did a real. I think that the author of this story does a really good job painting two perspectives of Halsey. She paints a perspective from the position of Naomi, who is a child of Halsey, basically. She's, the best of humanity. And then they paint the picture that the narrative that they're trying to get you to subscribe to is that Halsey is this terrible war criminal who did these horrible inhuman things to children and I think it's interesting because I hear so many people complain about how the author Karen Travis paints Halsey, and I find myself in this place where I see both sides of this pretty clearly. You think that's bad? Remember that Oni is responsible for civil war and elites, and well, that's true. I don't think it's really interesting because the author is writing a story about a team of compromised individuals. These are people, a group of people who are war broken, and they all come from different places in the military where you have secrets. And so they all are damaged. And then they're taking their perspective of life and the damage that they have received. And then they're using that perspective to make a statement about Dr. Halsey. I'm not upset about it. I think she's doing a really good job with her writing. I think her writing is actually a little bit better and is better constructed than some of the books that we've critiqued before. It's easier to follow. I wish that she would have... maybe this is a me thing. Maybe I shouldn't have read the little blurbs before the chapter. Halsey should be made to burn. Wow. I mean... I don't think so. I don't think so. I really love Halsey's character. I don't think that she... I mean, let's play a game for a minute, okay? Let's play a game. Let's talk about some science fiction for a minute. Let's talk about all of the ways. And welcome to the awesome. If you're just getting here, we just finished reading uh the Thursday War, episode 7. We'll finish it probably next week. Um I mean, she should stand tall for her crimes. Should be taken serious into account the seriousness of the situation and mitigating circumstances that played into the eventuality. Okay, so yeah, so here's where I'm at on this. Uh, Abducting children is not okay. It's not okay. Like, it's 100% not cool. Like, you come and take my children, I'd be pretty pissed off about it. I would chase you to the ends of the earth. I would do everything I could to find out what happened to my kids. I would never stop fighting. From a parent's perspective, from a soldier's perspective, from a younger perspective, maybe in another place, in another time, given the choice, I would have been the kid. And I think that that's interesting. I think that that's an admittance of something that I can't put my finger on that's broken here. That you almost want that to happen. Maybe. Again, it's science fiction, so you're allowed to play with these concepts and think about them. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thanks for being awesome with us, King Dramix. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Also an hour ago, ZQ Charia. Thanks for the follow. We appreciate you guys being part of the awesome with us. Thank you. I actually think that this journey through these books has been a little helpful. Because it's helped me a lot. I don't care if she feels bad about it. That's like saying, sorry, I shot your wife and I stopped a school bus of kids from crashing. I'll be on in 10. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't think that it's morally, it's very, very broken, right? Without the tragedy of these kids, you don't get the Spartans that save everything. And without the tragedy of the Spartan 2s, you don't get the tragedy of the Spartan 3s. And without the tragedy of the Spartan 3s, you don't get the Spartan 4 enjoyment. Right? The ends justify the means in this case. You have to have a character that is driven. She's like the Tony Stark in the story. Sort of. Even the Spartan 4s are unreliable. Well, I mean, obviously they can't be perfect. But the point is that, you know, you had to have it. You had to have it. I love her character. She 100% should face judgment for the things that she did to kids. But beyond that, after that, yeah, I agree. She does her pretty dirty, I think. She paints the picture in your mind that she is the devil. But again, without her, This is the fuckery about this, because they were built to suppress the colonies. We built these men and women to kill men and women. That's what we built them for. Is that any different than the SEALs? Is that any different than the Green Berets? Is that any different than... Right? Think about that. So the moral ambiguity of what she did has stood the test of time. We continue to do that. The only difference is that she took the kids. I don't know what to tell you about that. That is something you're gonna have to, it's something you have to parse out for yourself, if I'm honest. As a father, it's fucked. A lot. So fucked. As a son, as a man, as a soldier, where do I sign up? Right? It's kind of like that. Now I get the hindsight of being both, of playing both roles in my life. I don't think Halsey is responsible at all. I think if you want to buy into the Gene song pushing her to be that, Installation 00 had a video, and I listened to it, and I actually sent him a whole thing about how I was pretty upset with his conclusion. And what he postulated was that Oni manipulated Halsey, knowing that she was the best, into doing some of the things that she did to make her who she was. And I don't think that that's completely unfair. I thought that she was smart enough that she drove that bus on her own. And of course 00 was like, well, I think she had some pretty dirty help to get her there. And that's however she got there. I think that the biggest problem I have with Installation 00's space there, the space opinion on that, about being manipulated into that position and pushed to make the Spartans and do the things, is that then you have this character, this Parangoski character, who is older than fucking dirt. Alright? She's an old ass bitch. And she is in charge of Oni. And she's been in charge of Oni for a very, very long time. Like, we don't know how long. We've just been told that she's been there a long ass time. Okay? And she's old as fuck. So, how old is Halsey in the book that we're reading right now? I'm not sure. I guess I could go find out. But if I believe that Oni has manipulated Halsey into this position, official lore is Soren. Okay, you guys are talking about Soren. Okay. I'm just saying that if she was manipulated, then you figure that Parangoski wouldn't have known about it. And then why is there hatred from Parangoski to Halsey? That's where my confusion there is about the whole Oni manipulated Halsey into doing the thing. I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. No good world-impacting story happens without a good villain. Halsey was 62 in the book you're reading. Okay, so she's approximately, like, what, 30 years younger than... She's 30 years younger than... 30 years younger than... Parangoski, approximately, I believe, then. Because Parangoski is in her 90s, right? So, Maybe Parangosky didn't know. But I'm just saying that if Parangosky's been in Oni forever and she's older than dirt, I'm pretty sure that she knew about this shit the whole entire fuck time. Right? Like, it wasn't like she was just like, I'm gonna build these dudes to, like, go and fuck on some other colonies because that seems like a good idea. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, if you're the... I get it. Parangosky is like this woman who has her fingers in absolutely everything, okay? And that's the way it is. But what I'm saying is that if I was as smart as Dr. Halsey and as consumed as Dr. Halsey, the only thing Dr. Halsey did wrong that was if we scratch the Spartan program, just pretend that that's over here in its own box for a second so we don't have to talk about the wrongs there. The only thing she did wrong was she was a bad mom. That was it. Everything else about her, she's the smartest woman. She's like super smart. She does all these things. You know, like if you take this huge part of her life and just put it in a box for a second, like a Tupperware container, and store it in the freezer, you know, I think that that's it. I think Kevin's on it right there. I think that for everything that Parangosky is, she's not smart enough. She's got really great military presence, really great street knowledge and streetwise subterfuge, all of the things that make her a great admiral and a great intelligence asset. But when it comes to raw intelligence, pure ability to just crank out new theory that happens to be factual. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. And then again, just to circle back, in every iteration of Halsey so far, including the TV show, I find the character compelling and attractive. Every version. Every version so far that I've encountered of the Halsey, I have loved. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey.
I'm in your party. or you're in my party, I should say.
Yes.
Are you enjoying the conversation this morning?
I am.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you got anything contributive that you want to add?
We're awesome.
We're awesome. That's good, Jimmy. That's good. Everybody, he's here almost every day. No, what was that? Oh, hey, Martin's here. Hey,
Papa's here.
Hey.
Papa,
How's it going, Martin?
Hey, how we doing?
I'm good. I'm good today. Besides the emotional roller coaster that we're already on, we're doing good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
You sound still a tiny bit stuffy.
Oh, I got over most of the sinus infection, but I ended up with a stinking cold a couple of days ago, and I'm just at the end of it now.
Oh, that hurts my soul. Hurts my
I spent
soul.
most of yesterday in bed, so yeah.
Yeah.
That's unusual for me. Usually I just troop on through colds, but this one like fully kicked me in the nuts. So I was like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna lay up in bed and like eat soup all day.
Right. Copenhagen says, Halsey says, oh no, I need to make a super soldier, but I feel bad about it. But I also don't because it's necessary, but I also feel bad because they were the best and the brightest.
But that's surely that's allowed. That's a very human thing to have, that duality of feelings and emotions. We're not simple creatures. We're not binary. We're not just one way or the other. People can be conflicted over certain situations. People can be conflicted over the necessity of actions, but still understand the moral and ethical problems with that. that argument. I mean, Halsey started very trying to keep emotional distance from the candidates. She tried to keep to calling them by numbers, not really thinking of them as humans, but very, very rapidly that changed. And particularly, like, as I'm sure you remember, John, in the Ghosts of Onyx, she completely like about faced in, rather than sending the Spartans,
Yeah.
sacrificing the lives of a few to save as many as she could. She flipped around the other way and realized, no, it's important to save even a single life. A single life matters, and she did everything that she could to save the Spartan 2s, the Spartan 3s. Yeah, it's
Right. Well,
she's completely allowed to be conflicted and have a duality.
even Kevin says Halsey wasn't trying to make a super soldier at the time. She was trying to advance humanity. Reason I dislike how she is written is because they keep swapping between super logical and unemotional to super emotional and almost melancholy. I don't know. I think that I would say
Again,
that
is that not a natural evolution as we get older?
Well, but I would also say that I don't feel like it's written like that. I feel like you're confusing the two perspectives of her as one perspective of the same person. I feel like that's like what you're saying is like from her perspective when she is written by Karen Travis, she is logical and driven by knowledge. She is forgetful and regretful of her children and the way that things went. Hey, Larry. Thank you. Thanks for the sub. So I think that when you understand Karen Travis's writing of Halsey, she's saying like Halsey is driven and she continues to be driven. She says, she is now obviously remorseful because of the loss of Miranda and the knowledge of that. And, she's been reflective on the reasons that she's done what she's done. And now, like you said, come full circle towards trying to collect the Spartans to save them, knowing that perhaps they are the best chance for survival if it doesn't all turn out. We know that it turns out and gets better. So, she doesn't know that, right? But then you get the duality of everybody else's perspective, and I think that that's what she is. I think she does a very fair job with the Halsey character, but then she smears her at every chance she gets through the perspective of other people's eyes. And I noticed that in the book when they take Naomi's perspective into account, Naomi's like, well, I didn't think she was all that bad. So, and I know that there's a fair amount of brainwashing there with her raising the kids and sort of being the mom. That's a whole lot of other things that I don't want to unpack, but they do a really great job painting that perspective in the moment too. Like, well, I didn't think she was that bad. So, at least that's how I interpreted it as I read it.
I pity her.
For instance, in Ghost of Onyx, she goes from Spartans front react to Spartans don't react to emotions, they react to orders. And get super emotional about saving them. Well, again, I mean, she is just an old woman now. I can't explain to you how many times I will think about something a friend or my dad or somebody will have said now that they're gone. That people have gone from my life. I've entered a place in my life now where my friends that I fought in wars with that made it home have died, are gone. And they're going for choices like stupid decisions, like suicide, or reckless driving, or, alcoholism that's killed them, depression, because we all fought in wars together and we all came home and we're all living life in this state of reality that is nothing like what we were promised or prepared for. And from those perspectives, you know, I think, you know, that's what I was saying about reading these books, is that the books have found that have kind of, I feel like the perspective of reading through these books have actually helped me with some of my problems a little bit, because it forces me to deal with them in a very authentic and interesting way. Same as some of the Halo TV show did with some of the other things that I've experienced in my life. I think she lives in the complexity of humanity that makes her so interesting. Not good, not necessarily bad, just human. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's like I said, she's a very complex character. I don't know if Karen Travis needs to have the hate that she's receiving over how she portrays the character. I actually think she's done an okay job. And that's just my opinion based on it. Where are you going?
Yeah, it didn't want to look at you anymore. It was just too awestruck.
I don't get it sometimes. This bot just fucks off and looks at what it wants. I love it, and I hate it sometimes.
It might have because it's done this with me a few times. It might have caught your helmet in the background there, thought it was a face, went to it, and then as it went to it, it kind of forgot that it was a face, and then was just trying to find a face. So it was just, yeah.
You made us cry so much. We need a moment, lol. Did I really? I hope you guys weren't all crying too. That's terrible.
No, I was smiling fondly.
Smiling fondly. You need a Tesla bot.
Whenever you get emotional, I tend to smile fondly, unless I'm actually there in person with you, in which case I'm as weak as a handshake.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to be accessible, and emotions are difficult for me. So to be able to share them here is embarrassing and also healing. You know, it's what some of you pay to see, I guess.
Well, what the fuck are we gonna be like when I get back to Seattle?
Happy.
We're gonna be a blubbering wreck. That's what we're gonna be.
We're gonna be well, if Mike is here, we'll be a trio of broners.
Yeah. Hang on, I got something for that.
Triple broner.
Triple broner.
Called it. Oh god. Seattle Cry Fest. There you go. Kevin will just be sitting at the desk laughing. I wasn't invited. Look, it's HCS Worlds. If you show up, you're invited. That's how that works. You meet Spartan John and all of the others. An overbroner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A brontacular.
Overbroner.
Yeah, you know.
Brontacular.
Or it is.
Brontacular.
Oh, it's so good. What's up, Caboose? How are you today?
I'm good, just hanging out with you guys.
That is amazing. We're just live doing the thing. It's a good day.
How are you going?
I'm doing okay. Like I said, I read the book today. If I'm honest, I had a really hard time getting started this morning. I got to sleep in, which I think really fucked me up. Like, I didn't get out of bed until like 6:30. Which is like an hour and a half late. And I think that really messed with me. It wasn't even that I slept any longer than usual. I just laid in bed and cuddled the dogs and was just lazy. And then, like, I got out of bed. Well, and I didn't have any coffee, so I had to run to town and get coffee this morning. And that sort of fucked me up, too. So, like, my whole day was, like, you know, It was a haze of getting coffee, and then I got coffee and I sat down with you guys and I read the book, and that was good. I feel like we were slow today. We only got through like 50 pages in like the 2 hours, and I know I read a little shorter than usual, but you know, 4:30. Didn't go to bed until 11. That's bad. Don't do that. As you get older, when you get in your 40s, you need every bit of those 8 hours of sleep. Every bit. I can't look this handsome without all that sleep. Not even. I don't use makeup yet, but I'm not opposed to it someday. Just saying.
Oh, you always look handsome.
Well, thanks, man. I look at myself in the
Double
mirror
broner.
some morning. Triple brown. I look at myself in the mirror in the mornings, and I'm starting to get these like aged like skin lines around my smile that makes from all the sun that I experience in Washington State, which is not very much. So how I've got smile and skin lines from that, I will never know already. I mean, I probably could do a better job.
Moisturize, man. Just
Yeah.
keep moisturizing. It'll take 10 years off your life.
Maybe. I hear Preparation
I got some
H
rec- I got-
works well
I got some
for eye
recommendations
bags.
if you need it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely send me over your care. Everybody tells me that my all my gray hairs, right? I was talking to my baseball team, the boys at baseball practice yesterday, and I was like, yeah, we were talking about the before time when I weighed 44 pounds. I weighed 44. My pant size was 44. Waist. I was a big dude. I showed the kids the picture, and they were like, there is no way that that's you. And I'm like, yeah. But I looked young then because I was so fat that all my skin was, like, tight. It's probably not great. Anyway, now I'm old, and my face is robot body. Thanks, Kevin. Robot body. You want to play some Halo with us, Martin?
I can't, I'm afraid. I'm modeling at the moment.
Oh. So you're standing in front of a mirror in your boxer undies
In my
and
pants,
doing
yeah.
you're doing an underwear commercial this week? What are you
That's it.
doing?
Yeah. Lots of lunging and thrusts, yeah.
Good.
Do the power stance and look over your shoulders so they get like the full leg and the butt and the back and then the face. Like that's the stance. Armored undies. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm modeling some stuff for like my armored formal wear. It will probably make an appearance at HCS as well.
That's awesome. I'm really
This is my-
excited to see what you
Bow
burn
tie.
out. What'd you say, Caboose?
I can just imagine 0-0 putting a bow tie on Chief's armor.
And a magnetic bow tie.
Maybe a top hat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should keep things PG here. That we're making Nikki unnecessary.
Oh, are you telling me that your chair is moist?
Moist.
Moist.
Oh my.
That is the best word. That is the best word. I love that word so much. Everybody else hates it. One of my favorite words. Probably because everybody hates it. Don't you want me to describe him more? His calf muscles are perfect. His thigh muscles are great. When you get to the boxer briefs that he wears, it's like a mankini. He's chosen to wear the T-back version, so you can see both of his round cheeks, and there's like there's like the little butt floss, and then the T-back that goes around to his
No,
Oh yeah, he loves it. So round, two little hams just hanging.
good lord.
It's like those half hams that you buy at the store. You know, the round ones just hanging right there. This is like perfect.
Think with something, John?
Ideally not with that hatch mark pattern on it.
Well, no. You know, the smooth ones. We gotta.
Unless they're partially like netted undies.
Oh, there it is. There it is. They're like those fishnet stockings, but they're fishnet undies. And they're just a little tight, so you know he's like squeezing out like in little pineapples, you know, the little pineapple style squares through the fishnets, because you know.
Cry out loud.
Yes. And he's got the fishnet leggings on too, like Tim Curry is the Frankfurter.
What did I walk into?
Yeah, baby.
I don't want to know.
Okay.
You walked into us talking about Installation Uwu's underwear ad.
Oh, Yahtzee.
He's it's probably a got milk ad, if I'm honest. So
Got
he's
milk?
like looking over his shoulder, and he's looking over his shoulder, and he's got the milk mustache, and it's all fishnets. They're at the MTA. He's giggling. He can see it. Nikki's giggling too.
Honestly.
I hope she's cackling loudly and the whole office is just looking at her. Like, what the hell? Oh, I missed that shot. There are two at Arcade.
One Pink Street, one Cafe.
I'm glad I can entertain all you guys with all of the hilarity that you deserve to have in your life. Oh, crap. It's just me and the team lead is here. Okay. Nikki's chair was so moist today that it weighed more when she left it. No? And you're on the face stream still. Thank you. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted, was for you to stare at my face while I play my terrible warm-up match.
That's actually what we want. We want a very small screen in the bottom with just your gameplay, and the rest of it is your camera.
And then the big face.
Yeah.
Oof.
Zoom in.
I mean, we
Zoomed
could
in slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
we could try that one day, but I feel like I would lose viewers. I feel like that would actually lose viewership. I don't know. Somebody's texting on an Apple.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have apples. It's okay. Ooh, woo.
No.
What do you mean, no? You don't have an apple?
Hell no.
Oh, sorry, peasant.
Sorry, peasant. Oh my god, yeah.
Okay.
Me driving on a chariot pulled by slaves with my 2% interest rate in my iPhone.
That's right.
Y'all can have him if you want. I just remember how Steve Jobs died when he sold his soul to the devil for an
Okay,
for
wasn't-
the iPad.
Wasn't me.
Oh no.
He didn't sell his soul to the devil for an iPad. He
No,
just
it wasn't the iPad,
he
it was
just
whatever the music thing was.
he asked Gene
yeah.
Roddenberry
Oh,
for
not funny.
he asked Gene Roddenberry for inspiration, and he stole something from Star Trek, and the iPad was born.
Not
That's
MTA.
probably not really the
Everyone's stolen
lore.
Everything from Star Trek.
Yeah,
Star
nobody
Trek's like
nobody
the
has
whole
their
lore of invention.
right. They don't have an original thought to save their lives. They go, oh, these guys came out with this in TV. This is really cool. Let's make this a reality.
That's where most of our technology comes from. is
Fuck!
sci-fi Going, we can make
Come
that
here.
up. Like touchscreens.
That guy ran for so long, and I ran behind him for so long, and then he finally
run?
died.
So far away.
No, son of a bitch! Yeah, he totally ran long ways away.
I prefer a rock so far
with
away.
Asian then for a second.
What happened, Martin?
You sounded a little Asian then for a minute. You like you sort of dropping words.
Arcade.
Like, he run long time.
He ran long time. He ran so
Oscar's
far
house.
away. Sorry.
Oscar's house too.
Oscar's house, Roger.
Well, that would
Sometimes my mouth just doesn't form the words. One in the middle.
Words are hard.
It is
You need
sometimes.
to
Cafe.
practice like phrases before you do like streams and stuff, so your mouth works.
Oh yeah. Like oh, touche. He's like, oh, he got a wall too. I got a present for you. There's one in the middle, in the mid street. Never mind, I killed him. He was fucking around at ATM, and I showed him who was the boss. I put my gun in his face, and oh fuck.
Bullets.
DS Nikki gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Holy shit!
Wow.
Thank you. 10 tier 1. That's 154
Arcade.
for your whole life.
Are
Nice
you
little
enjoying
flex
that that first place gifter, Nikki?
Oh, for the month,
Yeah.
she is the first place gifter.
Are you
Mhm,
enjoying that
mhm.
first place position, Nikki?
I'll tell you she is.
Fucking
So,
two in
like
the
I said,
stairwell.
She's gonna come home and talk about how good she's doing with it.
She is. She's gonna come home and be like, I gifted these 10 I was about ready to yell for you. Maddie, your wife's spending a whole bunch of money on me. Get in here. Oh,
She can spoil the people she loves.
that's fair. Oh, fuck. Here it goes. We're about ready to start the party.
Oh dear God.
Oh, no,
We can't let
20.
that shit stand.
That's 30 gifted subs today. I can't even. It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy in a minute. I see. I'm dead. I'm dead in tires. I don't even know where they came from. By the way, installation 0000 gifted 10 tier. I curse you, but I love supporting John. Hold on, I'll tell you what your total is as soon as I see it, because it's so many that it's on the screen. I have to scroll up to find it. I'm at, I don't even know where I'm at. I'm in the middle of the plaza under the MTA. I'm in the center streets. I'm going to ATM. Diaz, 5 more gifted subs. Thank you, Nikki. 1 following me like a jackass. There's 1 behind. All right, I'm at Command Tower. I got 2 kills. I'm heading to cafe. I'm jumping around like an asshole. 5 more gifted subs. Thank you. 159. I'm dead. Oh, I didn't realize we were 1 to lose. Damn, Jimmy. 14 and 7. Hold on. Now I gotta go over here and look at installation 0020. You are 258. You've gifted to the channel so far. Installation Uwu. 258 lifetime. That is, well, that is 99 more than Nikki in her lifetime. So don't push yourself too hard.
It'd be like 260, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. You would then be 101 donations ahead of Nikki in the lifetime. 101 Dalmatians ahead of me.
Number. That's fun.
Oh my God! There's another, and there's another.
And there's another. There we go.
Jesus, now you're
There you go,
260
That's
total.
nice and round.
That's a good number. That's a great number. Nikki, 158. You are a superstar. Oh, you're right. 99 math is hard. Well, now he's 101 above you. I have a whole thing. Oh, we got a Scott. This is cool.
Yahtzee.
You're gonna slap me before you hug. No, you're not. No, you're not.
In the butt,
Love me too
maybe.
much.
You better watch out. You better watch out. Nat's gonna be sending those knives virtually. If she's anything like Lena will cut someone. Except Martin. I don't think she'll cut. She said she'd break Martin's legs if I left her for Martin. I said then.
Lena has said that she's worried that you're gonna leave her for me.
She said I better not leave her for you. She will break your legs. She said the same thing about Mike. I said that if she broke your legs, then at least we would be able to stand next to each other and look each other in the eye.
This is true.
You know, because I'm assuming she'd break you off at the kneecaps, and then we'd be approximately the same height afterwards.
And Nat's worried that you're gonna when I get there you're gonna break my legs and keep me in your basement.
I mean, that tracks.
I mean, there's a way where both of these things could happen. We could just pretend that we're going to go out on a date. Lena will think we're cheating. She will break your legs, and then we'll be forced to keep you in the basement until you feel better.
You know, name it the Shame Shack and keep him in the.
I mean,
I need an adult.
We could just dig a really deep well and put him down in there and just hand him lotion through a basket.
Fuck.
How have you guys already found a match? This is ridiculous.
We're the best. That's how. Spartan John gets match priority because of the type of human being he is. I mean, did you not see me cry live on the stream? They extracted tears and
I
everything.
unfortunately missed that.
Hey, buddy.
That's all right, be on the bot
Come here,
lane.
come here, buddy. Come here, come here, come here. No! Come here, come here. Come on down to get me. Come on down here to get me. Come on, come on, come on. No! Oh, I pan. That was not what I wanted to do, but that works. That poor bastard. He didn't know.
Red tower.
Red tower, Roger. Oh, I'm dead. I pancaked that son of a bitch. That was hilarious. Do we only have an hour left in the awesome?
I bet he has an endeavor, like a bender against you now.
Okay, like, right? Like, I just wanted to fling him off of the map. Instead, he got pancaked to death. That's hilarious. Oh, they're at the bottom of red base.
Even though that canonically doesn't make any sense, but...
Oh, that the repulsor can repulse a Spartan into the wall and they can die from it?
Yeah, because obviously the Mjolnir armor has the hydrogel layer, pressurized hydrogel layer.
Yeah.
And that stops them from, like, dying of heavy impacts. I mean, that's why Chief survived his fall from space.
Mm-hmm. This is gonna be great. He's gonna run in here. Or maybe he ran off. Oh, there he is. Damn. I was waiting for him to run in here. And I was just gonna blast him off of the map. I want to repulse a guy into the ether. Instead of into the wall. That dog is excited to watch me win. I'm telling you. Oh, I just pancaked the shit out of that guy, too. That's hilarious. Jimmy, you got a guy on you? I'm dead right behind you, Jimmy. Jimmy died.
2 on me. Headed red tower.
I love it. You, tomorrow we're gonna just, do community playdate things, so we can get a bunch of people in here. Center tower, Roger. We'll just have an open lobby and play big team or SWAT battle or whatever. Squad battle. We've been doing that on Fridays when I'm here, and that's been really successful and fun. If you're not working tomorrow, Martin, you can come and be part of it. Be cool to have you.
Nice.
Yeah, man. You should, if you're in the market for a new car, you should go drive a Ford Bronco, Martin.
Right,
10 out of 10 would recommend. They don't sell the Bronco in the UK?
Don't think so. Let me check.
Wow, that's...
Roads are too narrow.
It's terrible. I love it. I love it. It's amazing.
One camping by Blue Tower in a corner.
Blue Tower, right?
Red tower.
Did you say Bronco? That's right. The Bronco. I love it. I love how you guys are, like, making sure to correct me on that. Like, the Bronco. It's better than LeBron. That's what my son tries to call it. LeBron.
They do sell them in the UK, but they're very, very rare.
They're very rare?
Red
Okay.
tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that the two-door full-size Bronco, and I love it so far. It's been... Red Tower
Yes,
just took
there's
a
a
pot shot at me.
two-door full size here. It's got a lot of miles on the clock.
A lot of miles, huh?
Yeah.
So it's used.
Yeah.
How many miles are on it?
Used. 80,500.
80,000. Wow. It's got to be like a 21 or a 22.
It's a 22, yeah.
22, okay. Yeah, so it's out of warranty, so you definitely buy that used. They probably want like, what, 26 for that? 22, 26 maybe?
Try 46.
1,000 pounds?
46,000 pounds.
Ooh. What is that in dollars?
It does say imported vehicle, so it might be that they don't sell them here in the UK. That's why it's so fucking expensive.
Oh, I was gonna say pounds are still like double the dollar, though, right?
Let me have a look. So
1.5?
it'll be equivalent of $63,000.
60. Whoa. That's a rob and a half. You could buy a new one
So, yeah,
here
that's-
for
that's
less than
probably-
that
that's
and then
probably
ship it
due to,
yourself.
like, import charge and shit, yeah.
That's crazy to me. I would expect that would be there because you guys have like Rovers and Land Cruisers. Like everybody loves their
I think
big
the
ass
closest thing
SUV.
to that we've got here in the UK is the Ford Raptor.
Okay, that's an F-150, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They make a Raptor Bronco.
That's the closest thing I think we have that's like widely available here in the UK. Yeah.
And those are a big
Yeah,
truck.
Ford Raptors.
That's a fucking huge truck, the
Yeah.
F-150 Raptor. That's big.
Oh, come on.
Blue Tower 1, second floor.
Blue Tower, second floor eye. That guy's dead. We're down 3. Yeah, no, seriously, when you come out, Martin, I'll take you for a ride in mine. I think you'll like it. They make them in a 4-door, which is good for bigger families.
One hiding
or-
under red tower in a corner.
Oh, I'm
base.
dead. One of blue in.
I'd suggest that you pick up from the airport, but I'm getting in quite late at night, and I don't want you driving on that fucking distance that late at night.
Oh, what time are you getting in?
I think I actually land in Seattle at
Blue Tower.
8:30 local time.
PM? Oh, that's not that late.
Yeah.
That's not that late.
That's when all the traffic's gone too.
I don't turn into a pumpkin until at least 10.
Ooh, that was a good shot.
Blue tower top. Blue tower top. Yeah, no, that's not terrible. We
And then I'll be looking for like climbing into that fucking huge bed in the hotel that I stayed at last.
Blue Tower top still.
going to the same hotel.
Looking. Yeah.
Portaloos.
So it was a phenomenal hotel. I really liked it, and yeah. But this time I've got a suite, not just a
Nice.
just a room.
That's cool.
It came with business class, so you know.
Dude, that's awesome. Hey, thanks for the follow. Stan is Lav? Stan is Lav? I'm not sure.
Still Blue
Stunning
Tower
stuff.
top.
One to lose.
Yep.
Welcome
He was
to the
behind
awesome,
me,
by the way.
in the red base. Not sure how he got there, but he was.
It happens.
Defeat.
Defeat. I hate the feet. Smell like cheese.
This game's broken today. I haven't been able to find a match that whole time you were playing.
It's because you're a solo queue, I'll bet you. That solo queue is, some days is
Just a man.
It's
bullshit.
painful.
Bullshit. That's right. But yeah, no, I'll take you for a ride in. I think you'd enjoy it. It's pretty cool. You might think it's also a piece of crap. I don't know. You know, I have no idea. You might just be like, wow, this is garbage. And I'll be like, damn, that was savage as fuck. And
Typical
then,
American car.
yeah, you know, you'd be like, well, this would have been better if it was an E-type Jag. And I'll be like, fuck you, Martin, get out of my Bronco. No, I'm just kidding. I'd be forced to agree with you. There's an E-type Jag for sale right now locally. It has no engine, no suspension, no transmission, no interior, no doors, and no hood. Current sell on a rolling chassis rotisserie, $65,000. Your best offer. 1964 E-type.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I'm like, 60,000. There was a E-type Jag that somebody had done some custom work on. They had bought an E-type Jag that had a rotted out floor and a bunch of stuff. They had to do a chassis swap. And because they did the chassis swap between 2 years or something, there was something different enough about it that they had to extend the body by like 3 inches, which made it like sort of a custom, not real. They still wanted 10 grand for that motherfucker, and it didn't have suspension or nothing on it either. Like, it's silly. It's just silly. And then you can get the, whatever the ragtop version of the E-Type is. And they've got a bunch of those around, and those run for like 40 or 50 grand a pop if you want to buy one. I thought it would be cool because we go to this car show called the All British Field Meet every year. It takes place in mid-June, and I enjoy the shit out of it. Except it's hot as balls where we go. It's like a big brown field with like at like a base of a castle. that's on a state park, and there's a college campus there. It's pretty cool. Anyway, all the British cars like the TR6s and the GTBs and the GT hatchbacks, all the British cars that were imported, some left-hand drive, were made here, and then the right-hand drive ones too. Anyway, love it. I'd love to have some cool ass car like that someday. There are 2 Ford Cortinas that I love that show up every year. I'd love to get one of those. They have the Lotus engine, and that's cool. Yeah. Martin is rolling his eyes right now because he's like, those are all peasant cars. Why are we even talking about them? We lost a guy. Who'd we lose?
Me.
Oh, where are you going, Scott?
I mean, it's 4:30. It's dinner time.
Oh, well, go eat something good. What's on the menu tonight? Get in here, Pickles. We got room.
I am walking across the street to the Thai restaurant.
Okay, Thai food. All right, that's fair, I guess.
That's my jam.
What's up, Martin?
If you, oh, good.
I was gonna say what you have in number 22.
There you go.
Nope. I'm getting pad prick pow.
Ooh.
Yeah. I didn't know that they sold that. What does that consist of?
It's a prick pow sauce, which is like a sweet and spicy sauce with just veg and protein in it.
Okay.
Mm.
When you say
What
prick
protein do you
pow,
do?
that I just see a Batman like take where he's like punching dudes. Prick pow.
I usually go for chicken and shrimp. Sometimes I'll do scallop and squid.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very echoey.
Interesting.
I got to rock as well, actually. I've got to go and have a shower.
Have a
Do a
shower.
couple of bits before I settle.
Yeah, you can, if you take your smartphone into the shower, now this might be hard for you because you have a smart PC that folds into a phone, but if you take it in the shower with you, you can watch The Awesome on your phone. Not saying that you should do that, and your wife might think that you're weird, but I will tell you that I consume more of your content. I turn the phone on to YouTube and put your channel on and just stick it up over the top of the shower.
That you watch most of my fucking content in nude.
I mean,
do without knowing.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
He's wet.
Yeah, wet and nude.
And wet.
Just showering,
clean up.
baby. Just showering,
Easy
baby.
cleanup.
It's one thing when someone tells me, "Oh, hey, I fall asleep to your content." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of sweet." No, my voice is ushers them to sleep. I'm wet and lubed up when I listen to your fucking content. It's like, no, we're done. Bye.
Wet and lubed up. Wet and hold on. I gotta put on my
I'm all
best.
sudsy when
I
I'm
gotta-
listening to your
I gotta put
content.
on my
It's like,
bet.
No.
Hold on, here you go. Just listen for a second.
Spartan sucks.
If you wanted something to clip, now is not the time. Spartan John steps into the house after a stream. He is tired and he is sweaty. He kisses his wife and pours himself another cup of coffee. He's headed for the shower. He closes the door behind him, unbuttons his pants and his belt, and lets his clothes fall to the floor. He unbuttons his flannel and takes off his undershirt. He starts the shower. Maximum hot
Stretch
setting.
for me, Daddy. Give me
As
stretch.
as the mist from the shower floor begins to rise and the fog builds, he turns the RGB shower light combo fan and radio on cyan blue, rotating through the colors of the rainbow. He places his phone on the Installation 00 channel, whatever new video happened to come out this week. I don't know. It's always a random roll. And I press play from the fan, just like in the Spartan space. It's the same one that I have right here that changes color, by the way. Hey, check it out. Look, see? A remote, change the color. Favorite color, cyan. You saw it right there. Same one. I beta tested it in the Spartan space before I installed it in the bathroom. Little bit of lore. Anyway, back to the scene. The fan begins to change color and the mist is rising. And the sounds of installation 00 begin echoing through the chamber that is the bathroom. And then that's it. I just wash myself and listen to the video. And when I'm done listening to the video, the next video comes, and normally I stand there until the hot water is gone.
That's
because
not the
my
only
body
thing.
hurts and I'm old, you assholes. It's not like I'm in there flogging it or nothing. I just enjoy the content. And the honest to God truth is that it's one of the only times in my life where I have uninterrupted peace, so I can listen to whatever I want. And I don't have to listen to somebody.
Shit.
No, I don't. I don't have. I can't disrespect Martin in that way. I feel like that's when the content on TikTok and other places should be consumed. When you're doing the dirty business of downloading stupidity, you can upload a little bit. But when I'm in the shower, sometimes I listen to ambient wonders. I want to upload good stuff when I'm relaxed and in a great place. It's not anything sexual, although it sounded like it might have been. I mean, in another world, Spartan John takes the soap. He's got some really good soap that doesn't hurt you. And he lubes up his hand, and he just goes for broke. No, I wouldn't tell you that. Seriously? Good
You just
Lord.
did.
Yeah, I know I did, but I don't really do that. That's what I'm saying. If you want to buy
don't
some
believe you.
Spartan John shower water, post it in the comments. Like, share, subscribe. I'll start collecting it, and I'll send it out. Oh, for fuck.
www.onlyfeet.com.
Only feet. No. No, you don't want my feet. They're terrible.
www.dirtywashcloth.com.
Oh, God, no. Starchedsocks.com.
We could always start a new one. We could do a pit parade.
No, it's eventually ONI fans, ONI fans. Codpiece stays off? Question mark?
Wow.
I don't know. Armor stays on.
I'm backing out.
Martin, it was nice to have you. Thanks for stopping by. As always, we love you. We miss you. Come be awesome more.
Ciao. Take care, everyone. Speak soon.
Thanks, buddy.
Arrivederci.
Bye.
That's everybody. That's Installation Uwu departing. Installation 00 can be found on YouTube and all of the places, and of course his Ambient Wonders channel, which is the channel that we listen to behind almost all of the reading. Alright guys, let's play some more Halo. We've got 34 more minutes. Like, I'm surprised Kevin hasn't already bitched about how long it took us to get here today. Just kidding, Kevin. We see you over there.
All right, I'm going to get my shitty food. Bye.
Go. Be awesome. That's nice. We had a whole party full of good friends today, and we still have all of our regular good friends. Jimmy, how are you doing today, buddy?
Huh?
Great talk.
How was the phone
What?
sex line operation today?
Oh, dude. Ugh. The things I have to say to grown men.
Oh, say less.
Just automate it.
Oh my God, right? You should run that through your PC and then set yourself up a soundboard with like most of the one-liners that you say. And then you can just listen in, and then you only have to pop in with your, brand of specific sarcasm regularly or sparingly instead.
We'll set up a Jimmy AI voice bot.
Oh yeah, that's what you
You
need.
could always just use a blue or Irish soundboard. I hope no one knows who Blue Iris is.
No idea. Halo
Okay.
Collector says studies indicate that a significant percentage of out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur in toilets. Thanks for that, Kevin. How many of those occur in porta-johns?
That's a good question.
I mean, if I was a news anchor, I feel like that would be what I would be reporting. I would be like, and tonight at 11, more people died in porta potties today.
One shot.
And I'd literally try to have a crew out there, one shot eye, that like catalogs and documents the porta potty like deaths, because I think that would be fucking hilarious. Like, and this man was found in a porta. Yeah, go ahead.
A high percentage of heart attacks occur on Monday too. Or
On
the
Monday.
First day at work, I should say.
Well, I'm glad that I don't work anymore, so I guess I'll never have to succumb to a heart attack on a work day.
Just saying, your first day of
Two
work.
on me. Top of the man lift. Moving towards the red
First
corner.
day of work and on the toilet is just a cornucopia of problems.
Which just goes to show you people, if you shit in a bucket while you're playing Halo, you're not shitting in a toilet, so you probably won't die in a toilet, and you're still playing Halo.
You got a shit bucket.
Nice shot.
You got a shit bucket. You're not playing Halo.
That's right. Wow. 360.
Speaking of, have you signed up for the Battlefield Labs at all, John?
I have not. What's going on?
So you can sign up at Battlefield Labs to basically go in and be an alpha tester for the new Battlefield 6 build they're making.
Okay. Okay.
And they've had some footage leak already, and I'm not gonna keep my hopes super up. But
two up there.
It's looking very Battlefield 3.
Okay. Well, I'll keep my eye on it. That would be definitely worth it. I'll get if you send me a link or something, I'll go and check it out. I'm sure the Awesome would like to see me play something other than Halo.
On me at the man lift.
On you at the man lift, Roger.
I remember you were the one that showed me the
Battlefield Friends.
The best of, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I loved Battlefield Friends so much. We played so much Battlefield, me and a bunch of my friends, and then they made that little YouTube. And that shit was always hilarious.
Yeah, it's sad the Recon's gone.
Man.
The fuck? Where'd you die at, Kevin?
What?
Said, where'd you die at? Thanks for saving me,
At the
someone.
bottom. Heading back towards the orange.
2 at the bottom. I got one here. One here. One at cave. One at cave here. Oh, I'm dead. I died it. They killed me. I'm trying to find a trailer. I need a utility trailer. I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I'm trying to tell all my friends. I want a metal side and fronted utility trailer that's got a reasonable side on it, that's approximately 5 foot by 8 foot, with a steel bar at the top. I don't care if it has mesh sides or if it's solid like diamond plate sides. I don't care if it's a swinging left-right gate or a swinging up and down gate that's more like a ramp. I don't care if the trailer has ramps. I just want a utility trailer that has rear access and I can either modify or bolt to it, or anyway, with spare tire. Preferably something that already has like leaf spring suspension that I can put a lifting. I want to put a raising block on so I can lift the trailer and put a bigger tire under it. A little bit bigger tire.
Blue. All blue.
All blue, Roger. Headed to blue. I'm with you, Kevin. I'm dead. They're coming off of the top of rocket.
Middle.
One at the man lift. They're headed orange.
Orange. Roger. One in the mid here? In the middle, in the courtyard. I got one right up here.
Requisition. Enemy team nearing victory.
He is on top of man lift at sniper spawn. Playing like crap. I am playing like crap. boost. Saved somebody. Got hosed in the process. One in the pit. Under the man lift. In the pit.
One at man left just jumped off.
One still at sniper spawn.
Got him. There's two there.
Two there, runner.
They're down.
Where you at, Kevin? Okay, I see you. I was the last death because I can't shoot this match, apparently. Oh. We're just going to forget that that match happened. We're going to go on to the next match, and it's going to be better. Right, Kevin?
Yeah, sure.
What are you doing today, Kevin? After the day is
Nothing special.
nothing special. Nothing special, he says. Nothing special.
Already did my donation. I picked up my brother from his flight.
Oh yeah, how did that go? How was his trip?
He said it was great up until the end, and then stuff started falling apart.
Whoa. He wasn't on a cruise ship, was he?
No.
Oh my,
Part of the trip he was.
oh my god, a propeller fell off of the boat.
I think they flew over to Paris. Then they did a couple things, and they took a cruise ship a little bit north, and they went to like Normandy and stuff like that, and then they went to London and Stonehenge and kicked around there for a little bit, and then they went back down to Paris and then flew back.
Sounds like a nice time.
So he ended up leaving his wife and his father-in-law because he had to come home today to do some work, and they're like a day and a half behind him. But supposedly it was fun.
What? And he said he did the Stonehenge thing, and then you talked to Zero off about that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I was asking him questions like, "Oh, did they do this? Did they do that?" Because he said they had a really good tour guide, and he was really talkative and just spilling out tons of. He would just chat about everything. And
Yeah.
I was wondering how much he actually covered about Stonehenge when they went to it.
Oh, gotcha. That's so cool.
So yeah. And then yeah, that was it.
Just shot the shit out of that guy. Shot the shit out of that guy. I died.
Did they hit the Louvre at all while they were there?
I don't know. I don't.
Wow! Whoops. I deserved it. I just blasted myself off the side of the map. Hammer in the middle. I'm dead. Oh, I killed myself. Tasty. I got no kills. It's gonna get better now, I promise. Oh, never mind. That guy's got a sniper rifle and I got smoked.
Wow, we're behind.
We got skewer sniper now.
Oh, motherfucker.
What?
Yeah, I tried to do the same thing.
I broke his shield, but he hit me, and I had actually something. There you go. Get him.
Nice.
Can't hit my shots today, apparently.
He just repulsed me off the map. He got your wish, John.
One behind me. He repulsed you off the map?
Yep.
No, I said I wanted to repulse them off the map. Fuck out of here with that shit. I got 2 pushing me. With needles now. They've got needles. 2 on my X, 3 on my X.
2 on my X. Moving towards you. Turn around.
2 there, weak. Get him.
Not one of them.
Still one.
Nice.
We've lost a teammate.
1 on me.
Keep your head down.
I got 2 over here. Two here, 2.
1 on me, coming towards you,
I'm dead.
Kevin.
One
Turn
on me,
around.
one on me.
Enemy halfway to victory.
With you, Jimmy.
Look at that hook shot.
Mid-level.
Oh, fuck. Other side, 2. I pushed him back. Are they just that far ahead of us? Holy fuck. Whole string ahead of us. Where are they at, Pick? Other side still, Roger. Yeah, don't fight those guys like that.
One on my X, going through portal.
Portal, Roger. Got one here,
Peekaboo.
Get him. 2 there. Back with you, Kevin. Kevin's chipping. There's one underneath you. I'm gonna see if I can get him.
They're dead.
Two mid, 1 at portal. 2 at portal now. Ooh, 1 at portal.
1 on me.
Alright, kiddos, enjoy the rest of the stream. Hey, thanks, Nikki. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thanks for being awesome today. Be safe getting home. Two here, 2. 3 now, 3.
One trying to flank us from behind.
One trying to get behind us, yeah. Damn, they got me. They're all here. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be right back here tomorrow. That's for sure. One here on me. Get out of here, oddball. They got oddball now. Stick together. Mean beam and... Don't forget, if you're using the heat wave, bounce it off of the ground. And be sure that you don't hit yourself with it. Back it out, back it out. Yeah, back it out together. We got walls now.
Left.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Back it out to this corner. We can wall in. We can wall in down here. We can control the pace for a minute until they blind us. Wall here. One here. One here. Cross over to the other plat. To the other plat.
Fuck.
Didn't realize we were that close to losing. God, those guys were ahead the whole, pretty much the whole thing. Just handedly ahead of us. That was an interesting match. Thank you also to Installation00 for all those subs today, too. You guys, man. I know you're already off sleeping, or maybe you're in the shower listening to the awesome right now. Like, you know, because that's not weird or anything. I could make it weird. Whatever it is you're holding, just hold it a little bit tighter right now.
You know the difference between red and purple, right?
Oh, God.
Your grip.
Just hold it a bit tighter. Just for a second.
Do it for John.
I think we got one more game, maybe two in the awesome left. And I got a baseball. I'm excited about that. Holy cow, we're at 98 subscribers. We've only ever had more than that. During Christmas, I think this year we had 100. I think at one point, maybe it was 102. I'll have to go back and look and see what the most subscribers we've had in a month ever was. Dude, we're up to 1,425 followers. I did not notice that there was a follower like. When did all those people follow me? I didn't even hear all the follows. Like, wow, thank you, everyone. Holy cow. I'm going to have to update my announcements now to say 1,500. That's awesome. That is so awesome. You guys are the best. Started a new goal. Pineapple juice is the best.
Agreed.
I actually only bought the pineapple juice because they were out of lemonade.
Mm. You ever have the Simplies?
That's what I'm crushing right now on the stream. I just finished
Oh,
it.
okay. Oh yeah, I see it. Have you had their Simply Peach?
No, I just drink the lemonade usually, but I bought the pineapple because they were out. My wife told me I should try the other lemonades. Like they have a strawberry lemonade and
Blueberry
a
lemonade. The blueberry lemonade slaps. Absolutely slaps.
gotcha.
I
Yeah.
just can't drink it because it gives me raging heartburn.
Oh, interesting. I'm a little bummed. The pineapple had like 18 grams of added sugar, which I think is a lot of sugar to be adding.
Yeah, the peach is really tasty if you like peaches.
Love peaches. Peaches come
And the-
from a can. Go ahead, sir.
And the strawberry.
And a strawberry.
Yeah, it actually has strawberry puree in it.
That's a word I gotta have Martin say next time he comes back to the awesome. Strawberry.
More kills, more bets.
Yeah. I want to know if he's a strawberry or a strawberry person.
It's a berry.
Well, it is a berry. I agree with you. I believe it is
no
a berry.
hue in it.
But he's British, so I'm just curious how he was going to pronounce it. Fucking missed both of them shots. God damn it. Guys, he's dead.
Small, miss small.
Kevin
Sniper
died,
hunter.
not sure how.
Any more? Oh, they got an AFK.
Oh, I'm out of bullets for this motherfucker? No way, I'm dead. They came and sorted me out.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know how he bested me there, but okay. Get him, Jimmy. He killed me. He killed me, Jimmy. He killed me.
Tower.
I'm at Big Tower.
Mid.
18 to
radar.
rocks. One up there. Dead. Too weak. Too
Broke
weak
it, ramp.
pushing Ovi. Too weak pushing Ovi. I mean, you don't need both of those, but I'm glad you got him at least so that they don't got him. Kevin has the rockets and the Banshee.
Oh.
Overshield is here. Overshield is here with dynamos. 3 here at small tower with overshield. Overshield is broken. $11 the sniper. I'm going for it.
Big guns and lots of fun are a coming. Power weapons are here.
Pushing for the other sniper as well.
Wrangler on the field. Off with their head.
That was dirty.
One on top of the lookout.
I'm going back to Big Tower now. I got their sniper rifle. Come back to you, Pix. Oh, I got 2 on me. 2 pushing. Down on the lower plat. Lower plat.
Got it. Got it.
Gain the lead.
No eyes.
Yeah, there's still lower plat over there.
Two coming in, top.
I can't believe it. They got my sniper rifle up in that corner now. On big tower.
Power items available.
I'm going for overshield.
Ooh.
They got
Nice.
overshield. They got it.
2 rockets down middle of the dish on my X.
Rockets mid dish, Roger. Okay, Dizzle has the rockets, I think. Oh no. Rockets are wasted. Killed one. We're tied, by the way. Got one here in the bottom.
Enemy there.
One down here, by Porter. By Porter exit.
Another one down.
Where'd you die from, Kevin? Two there weak, pushing small tower. They're pushing as a unit.
The lead.
They're at shotgun right now, and there's one at BR plat. Or, sorry, Banshee plat. Kevin's pushing him. He's dead.
No need to tune that spread.
They're Banshee's up.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where. We got power items in play.
Yeah, can't have it, bitch. I asset denied them the sniper rifle. There is one sniper rifle remaining on the opposite side.
Whoa.
Down 3 kills right now.
Big tower bottom.
Big tower bottom, Roger.
Big tower top.
Asset denied, and then...
Banshee plat 1. Coming through rocks.
I'm down.
What happened to the Banshee?
Tried.
They're taking those down really fast for guys without rockets.
I don't think I ever got in the air.
Enemy team nearing victory.
One at Banshee.
How are they taking the Banshee
Oh, you
down
guys
so
all
fast?
died. I didn't
Yep.
know. I was standing there by myself.
Sorry, my
I
bad.
would have egressed.
Yeah, that was bad. That was my bad. I didn't tell you, Jimmy. I asset denied them the sniper rifle, however, so at least there's a win. They're pushing on us, pushing now. Rockets in 10.
Power items incoming.
Boy, they're just bullying us. It's just 2 dudes. The other 2 dudes are not that good.
Banshee.
Banshee plat, Roger.
Power items on the field. Go.
Heading for rockets.
It's up.
That didn't matter. We lost. Man, those guys just on us. Well, shit. That was the last match of the day. Unfortunately, I had a few questions I want to ask Jimmy before I get off the stream. What do you think about the Edmonton loss yesterday?
They deserved it.
Yeah, a couple of minutes in the box with penalties, not making some
Yeah.
made some questionable
they
choices.
made poor choice. They effed around and found out. That's what the playoffs are for.
You think they'll recover tonight, tomorrow night? You think they're gonna be this is it for them?
No, I think it'll go to 7. I always thought it would, regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it'll put them in perspective. I think it's a big boost to Dallas's confidence that they didn't necessarily earn. Edmonton gave up the game. Dallas didn't win it, and Edmonton lost it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Exactly.
Yep.
And then tonight it's what? Who's playing tonight?
Carolina and Florida.
Carolina and Florida.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about that?
Hoping for a dome collapse.
couldn't be any less excited, huh?
Right.
In Florida. And Florida is not the same as Tampa Bay, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Florida's got the Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Gotcha.
A state that rarely ever sees snow.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, shit, guys. That's it. There's hockey tonight. Go enjoy it. I'm gonna be playing baseball. Well, I'm not gonna be playing. I'm gonna be coaching baseball. We got a baseball game tonight. Hopefully we win it. I'll keep you guys all posted about that tomorrow. The Awesome starts tomorrow at 10. Come and find us, all of you. There's 29 people watching right now. Thank you, everybody, for investing. 1,425 followers. I didn't even see that happen. Like, we're just so absorbed with, like, all of the other shit going on that just, wow, explosion. Thank you, everybody. On our way to 1,500 now. I'm going to remember to change all my stuff tomorrow. It's just so damned awesome. Thank you so much. Kevin, have a good day, man. And you too, Maddie. I always shut it down and mute myself and finish the awesome, and then I come back and you're gone already.
It's usually because the dog's antsy because he knows it's time for Nikki to be home.
Yeah. No, that's
so this
fair.
Is about the time where he starts to get all like, eh.
Yeah, no, I got you. That's fair. I'm just giving you a hard time. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 with more fun, more awesome, and more Halo. We might play some other games too. We've been talking about that a little bit, and of course, it's going to continue to be awesome because of you guys. Community Day tomorrow, so if you want to come and play some Halo or just be part of it, join the Discord and hang out with us. You get unfettered access when you do that to all of the things awesome. Don't forget to look for that tournament. I shared something on my social media about it just the other day. And anyway, that's what I got. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you here in the Spartan Space with cyan and RGB lights from the bathroom and a fan. And it's always awesome because of you. Can't do it without you, literally. Thank you so much for the love. I'm unworthy. And don't forget, Installation 00's 2 hams in the fishnet undies.
What?
Hey, Jimmy, say something.
Moist.
And on that bombshell, we're out. Have a great day. Stay awesome. We'll see you tomorrow.